and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Karen Reigle.
E3 is dead, Cameron. Woo! This is the first year where we can comfortably say that, because it's been the general feeling for a while now. Definitely since its failure to relaunch after the height of the COVID pandemic, because it came back as a digital-only event in 2021. And it fell completely flat. It was just completely pointless. And then everybody realized we don't need this anymore, and it died. And I kind of a split mind when it comes to the end of E3, because E3, as you know, Cameron, having been in the trenches with me for 2 of the years, it kind of became this all-consuming beast, this massive time sink where we would invest all of this time, money, and stress. And it wasn't just us. I mean, it was the entire industry above us, the publishers and creators there to announce games, and the other journalists who were considered real journalists, whose entire calendar year just revolved around this one massive event. So, in a sense, being the middle of May, it is a relief to be done with it and not have this hanging over our head in a matter of weeks. But then I take a step back from the stress that I know I would feel, the sheer anxiety about prepping everything, getting everything ready for DK Vine's jaunt out to Los Angeles. And I realize, some of my favorite moments of my Donkey Kong journalism career happened at E3. And some of my favorite memories as a fan happened during E3 season. And, say what you will about how it was unnecessary and, Nintendo can do it direct whenever they want. Rare can announce anything anytime they want. E3 is kind of just pointless. But it was an excuse to convene as DK Vine, as friends, not just weird coworkers online, but just generally, as longtime friends, we could come together. It would give us an excuse, a reason to fly in from our various locales. And, you and I did it, Cameron. I did it with Mitchell one year, and then the last year, the last in-person E3 in 2019, you, Jeff, Mitchell, and I, we were all roommates together. And it was just a blaze of glory. If that was the end of E3. I was going to say if that was the end of E3, but we know now that was the end of E3. And we got to go out together, having Banjo and Kazooie getting announced for Smash. It was just a wonderful week. And I'm glad we got that in, if there will never be anything else like it in the future.
Yeah, it really seems like had the pandemic not happened, E3 was kind of set to die a slow, painful death like a dying mall. As it's
right.
As its original purpose became less and less relevant, and they tried to turn it into something it wasn't gradually until it just wasn't going to sustain. So
in some ways, E3 got better over the years. Like booth babes weren't a thing anymore by the end of it.
Oh, for sure.
But
yeah. Yeah, we can get into this a little bit later when we talk about the press conferences, but I miss some of the things E3 facilitated more than I miss E3 as an institution.
Yeah, I agree.
I
I miss more the spirit of E3 season than I do E3 itself as an organization and all of the hassle it amounted to. But we recently passed the 20th anniversary of an E3 that I say E3 2019 means so much because of what was announced and what it meant for DK Vine and our kind of clique, you know. But another E3 that looms large in our hearts. Well, Cameron, 3 years ago, we discussed E3 2001, which was an all-timer E3 for the Donkey Kong universe, because it's that E3 where we saw Rare lay out their vision for the DKU for the GameCube era. The E3 of Donkey Kong Racing. The E3 of the Game Boy Advance 4. The E3 of Star Fox Adventures still being DKU. The future felt so bright, but of course, all of the promise of that E3, well, most of the promise of that E3 wasn't built to last, because things rapidly changed behind the scenes with Nintendo and Rare. You know, Rare wanted to be owned outright by Nintendo. The Stampers wanted that financial security given the rising cost of games. And Nintendo suddenly cycled through basically their entire management on both sides of the Pacific. So, a little over a year after E3 2001, the Rare buyout occurred, and Rare suddenly became a part of the nascent Microsoft Studios, everyone's favorite subject these days, Xbox. But Rare would no longer be able to develop original Donkey Kong games for the console market. The notion of them turning Star Fox Adventures into a whole series of games, you know, their own reinvention and integration of the Lylat Wars mythology into their own shared universe, that was snuffed out after one game. Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, Saberwolf, and most of the Diddy Kong Racing cast, they would suddenly be cast off with Xbox. And that meant the DKU was fragmented, and the fandom quickly chose sides. Many of those, most of those, I would say, who had come into the fandom identifying mostly as Nintendo fans, first and foremost. A lot of those people, and these are people like outside of DK Vine, outside of like the Rare fandom, but just the casual Rare fans, they turned on Rare because they were all of a sudden the competition, the rivals. And, you know, narratives were created at the time, like all the good ones of the studio had left at some intangible point in history.
I've said this before, but it feels very much like there was a like soap opera-fication of events.
Yeah. Human beings love narratives, and so narratives had to quickly be developed, even when there was no real narrative that was juicy enough to warrant the drama. You know, all the good ones at the studio had left. Perhaps the formation of Free Radical. That could become a catch-all, where through the power of imagination, you know, every single Rare employee and Rare team responsible for all of their hits fled. If actually knowing who at Rare was responsible for what got in the way of that, you know, damn you knowledge, then you could just go with the notion pushed by a lot of the Gen X video game journalists of the era, where they said that, well, actually, every single Rare game was just overrated trash, and we were all just ridiculous in the 1990s, except GoldenEye. You know, GoldenEye was great, but, you know, most of that team left with Free Radical, so, that explains...
Or we just pretend actually Nintendo did most of the work on their good stuff.
Yeah,
somehow.
Yeah, or James Bond is just a real human being, and he came into the studio and told them what to do. So you had that narrative, right? Especially in this era, 2004. For those who were like me and the contemporary DK Vine staff of 2004, specifically Chad, Ozzy Ben, Andre Summers, and Clobber, just went by the name Clobber, like the the Donkey Kong baddie, hides and barrels. That was the site staff during E3 2004. If you're like us, or like some of the people on the DK Vine forum, we had all started as Nintendo kids. I think that was kind of a universal constant. Maybe with some exceptions like Josh Wallen, who was more of a Sega kid, but they still had that crossover. And for differing reasons, we all fell in love with the worldview of Rare, and Rare kind of turned us a little bit. It kind of imbalanced the scales of our perception of our fan identity. So all of a sudden, we were no longer Nintendo kids. We were Rare teenagers or whatever. Like, it was specifically the design philosophies of Greg Mayles that hooked me. And for more on that, listen to the episode I recently did with Mitchell on DKU Architects, Greg Mayles, where we get into what Greg Mayles' vision of games actually entails. But that hooked me, but I quickly became a fan of all of the other Rare masterminds who came my way, like Lee Schuneman, Diddy Kong Racing, the art stylings of Kev Bayless, Steve Mayles, Mark Stevenson, Ed Bryan, and so on. The music of David Wise, Evelyn Novakovic, Grant Kirkhope, Robin Beanland, Graham Norgay, down the list. The writing of Lee Loveday, I can't forget to mention that. That was huge influence at this time. And of course, their works, the shared universe that grew out of Donkey Kong Country, and specifically Diddy Kong Racing. It didn't matter to me that Rare was going to a different platform, that Rare was going to be on Xbox, for Xbox exclusive for more than 20 years. Like, I had to stay with Rare. That was all that mattered to me. It meant I would have to keep up with their half of the shared universe, which is now owned by Microsoft. I would still keep up with Donkey Kong, of course. I couldn't ever leave Donkey Kong behind. But, it meant I had to kind of split my attention. And honestly, my heart went with Rare. So, if it felt like we had to choose sides, and I think choosing sides is reductive and silly, and it's just tribalistic nonsense, but when you're of a certain age and you don't know any better, you're going to choose sides, and I chose Rare. And because I chose Rare, I blame Nintendo for not purchasing them. And that led to some wild resentment on my part that was just as unhinged, if I'm honest, as those railing against Rare for their imagined reasons. It was all a bunch of silliness, but I have to lay down the history to explain what we're going to talk about on this episode, Cameron.
Yeah, my context for that time was, I was quite a bit younger than you were at that point.
You still are, technically.
Yeah, as long as we're both alive, that's going to stay that way. But my decision in that tribalism was kind of made for me, because at that point I had already hitched my wagon to a GameCube, and it's like, well, I'm not going to be able to get another console anytime soon, so I just gotta look at what Rare does from afar, and I guess Donkey Kong's going to be okay in the meantime.
Yeah. Your perspective is going to be interesting, Cameron, because I was like, Cameron would be a good pick for this episode, because I feel like we could compare notes and give a kind of full history of this week in particular, because a little under 2 years after the buyout occurred, it all came to a head in May 2004. At E3 that year, we saw the vision for the new era of the Donkey Kong universe, for the properties that would be staying with Rare on the Xbox platform, and for those that remained with Nintendo, and that would, by necessity, be receiving new developers, new creative masterminds at the helm. It led to one of the most fruitful, controversial, joyous, bitter, and quite honestly influential E3s in the entire history of E3 for the Donkey Kong universe in total. Like, our fandom at this E3, we received a new game for every single corner of the DKU at that time. It's one of the most important E3s ever for Donkey Kong, for the DKU, for Nintendo, and for Rare. And we are remembering it all on this episode of The Kongversation. Welcome, everyone, to E3 2004. But as I said, Cameron, E3 is dead. There's not going to be an E3 this year. And because of that, I had to kind of reassess how The Kongversation and DK Vine will be approaching June. Because June has always been centered around the existence of E3. And look, there's still going to be stuff to talk about. There's going to be the typical June Xbox showcase. Cross your fingers, no studios are getting shuttered then. There's going to be a Nintendo Direct that has already been announced. We just don't know specifically when. And, you know, I was like, okay, in past years, since the pandemic, we have had these not E3 branding episodes, right? Like, it's not E3, but we're going to treat it like it's E3. But E3, we have to lay it to rest. We have to just leave it in the past. So, as I said before, this year, we are going all in with our Stinky Ape Summer branding. That is going to be DK Vine's own summer celebration in lieu of E3. And Stinky Ape Summer kicks off the weekend of June 9th. Basically, E3 coverage with a different name. So be sure you subscribe to DK Vine on, YouTube, on social media, on Twitch, wherever you have to do it, because we will be covering the DKU wherever it shows up this Stinky Ape Summer. And all of the coverage, festivities, live conversations, it'll all begin the weekend of June 9th. Keep checking in for details. And since we are talking about E3 2004, which is a very special week for DK Vine in particular, you might want to head over to TeePublic at dkvine.com/merchandise and pick up our DK Vine 2004 style logo, where you can have a spiritual homage to our website of this era. It's the DK Vine logo in red neon, which Cameron, you helped design for our 20th anniversary, and we put it on a shirt to honor this time period. We'll get into the site redesign in a little bit.
Yeah, for reasons we'll get into, I couldn't use the logo we actually had in 2004.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a DK Vine logo.
No, it wasn't. Very confusing history of the website we have. Finally, I want to remind everyone that we do stream these episodes of The Kongversation for $5 and up patrons. You can back DK Vine at dkvine.com/Patreon. Want to say hello really quick to Freezer, who has joined us for, I'm sure, all of the Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge mobile edition and Saberwolf mobile discussion we will be having. I want to welcome Just Andre, which is why I have to specify Andre Summers every time I mention the contemporary DK Vine staff, because we have Just Andre in the chat. The aforementioned Josh Wallen from the Geek Critique has joined us. Josh Wallen says, wardrobe malfunction, Bush re-election. That time Shelton Benjamin beat Triple H. 2004 was a wild time.
You trying to do your own We Didn't Start the Fire there, Josh?
What if we write We Didn't Start the Fire, but with contemporary lyrics? Welcome to Porygon Q as well. So we're going to check in with the live stream as we go. For this blast in the past, we're all going to time travel together. Don't step on any butterflies, because it is E3 2004. Of course, I guess Lost will be premiering in just a couple of months. And of course, you can't change the past in Lost. So, spoilers. So, yeah, E3 2004 was held from Tuesday, May 11th through Thursday, May 14th in Los Angeles, California at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Although everyone who ever experienced an E3 from home knows that the festival-like atmosphere of E3 would always extend beyond the confines of the LACC, beyond Southern California even. It was basically a week-long, weekend-to-weekend Christmas Eve, which was here in the Northern Hemisphere where it was held. It was late spring, early summer, but it still felt very holiday season-esque for gamers, because fans of various franchises, of specific developers or studios or even publishers, we would wave our flags and root for our team, hoping to procure a bounty of video game announcements to begin the glory of the video game hype cycle. It's so weird that for us, it was just like, we want to get games announced so we can look forward to the games. It wasn't even like, I can't wait to play this game. It's like, I can't wait to talk about games. Maybe if they announce them. But that's what E3 always meant. And E3 2004 was the 10th E3. E3, of course, started off summer 1995. Donkey Kong Country 2 was shown off at the very first E3. But nonsensically, they branded E3 2004 as the 10th anniversary of the show, despite the fact that it was the 9th anniversary, because the 10th anniversary would be the following year, right? Because the first anniversary would be the second E3. It's how anniversaries work, but people always mess this up. Anyway, because of that, we took the anniversary logo, the 10th anniversary logo for E3. We tinted it red to match our website aesthetic of the time. And I guess it was in the fuck you spirit of DK Vine. We used this 10th anniversary logo for every single E3 for years to come. I don't know when we stopped doing this bit, because like a lot of the things we thought were funny, people did not understand what we were going for and just got annoyed that we kept using this logo. Eventually, I was like, all right, I guess we have to stop, because people just hate this bit. Especially like once E3 changed their logo completely, like they got rid of the stylized E3 and they just went with something a lot more simpler.
Yeah, I think like even the like celebratory like E3 card illustration I did one year had this like weird magenta and purple version of the logo.
Yeah, because all I did was I took the 10th anniversary logo, and my Photoshop skills were non-existent in 2004. I had MS Paint, so all I did was tint it red, and I was like, all right, that's good enough. Like I could have, like if I was adequate at my job, I could have just made a neon version of this E3 logo, for DK Vine, for our new site look, but I just tinted it red, and I think the laziness made it even funnier to me, but nobody else found it funny. Anyway, this was an important E3 for DK Vine. It was a turning of the page in the book of our own story. And I don't want to be too self-aggrandizing here in our own bullshit mythology, because DK Vine, for those who don't know, for those who might have just stumbled across us recently, it started off as a hobby for me and the other co-founder of the site, Chad. We founded this site, and we were basically kids, and we intended it after school every day. We would come home, work on DK Vine. I mean, it was just a stupid way to express our admiration for the games we loved. And it wasn't anything more than that. It was just this little online clubhouse for us to, I guess, bring in other like-minded weirdos who also really liked Rare's games and saw the connections and was like, hey, technically Banjo-Kazooie is a spin-off of Donkey Kong. Let's talk about that. So anyway, in 2004, we were both out of high school at that point, in college, and we had both drifted away from the site, and we let others write for it for a time. There's this whole thing with this webcomic that I won't get into, but we were basically hands off from just before the buyout to before this time. And, considering the doldrums of the immediate post-buyout and the very early buyout era, it was probably for the best that we took a step back for a time. But being away from DK Vine, I did have this gnawing hole in my life. Like, something was missing. Something that I could not fill with other pursuits. And I guess I realized on some subconscious level that what we had built, despite being a silly, rough and ready fan site made by kids, it meant something to some people. It gave a sense of community, and I couldn't yet admit that it meant something to me. So, I didn't want to really confront that, but I did want to come back, at least for a while, and help kind of fortify the website, temper it, make it stronger, especially in the face of all the prevalent anti-Rare and anti-Donkey Kong Country sentiments of this time period. It was just like, man, this sucks. Maybe I come back, help make DK Vine strong, and there will be a place for people to come together and celebrate these games that meant so much to me growing up. And so I was like, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll come back, I'll rebrand the site, and I will help shepherd it until it can survive without me. And I think Chad felt the same, because even though he didn't want to come back at a full-time capacity, I did hire him. I paid him to help redesign the site. And he kind of just stuck around writing for it during E3 2004. And then, everybody did. The original site staff just showed up, and they were like, all right, we're here. And Clobber, who we, become familiar with during the interim period, we were like, yeah, let's
speaking as somebody who, joined DK Vine in the mid-2000s, it never really felt like you and Chad went away, even though you stepped back.
No, we still hung around, and it was, I think we were afraid it was like, oh, we're just the creepy people hanging around their high school. Yes, at that point, DK Vine was not what it is today, and it's still, I'm not trying to puff out my chest and say it is anything massive, but DK Vine has more of a veneer of respectability than it used to. And this was just a goofy fan site. Of course, we're going to be talking about a lot of goofy fan sites, goofy Nintendo sites during this podcast that were contemporary to DK Vine. And even though they were bigger and could get press passes to E3 back then, maybe I'm selling ourselves short. But anyway, yeah, we just kind of fell back into it in E3 2004. And I don't think any of us wanted to admit what DK Vine did mean to us, at least until Donkey Kong Country Returns pulled us back yet again in 2010. And that was what did it. That I never left after that, right? But DKVine.com was always the site's URL. And it was always what many people referred to us as, just DK Vine. It was in the web address. But our full name on the birth certificate was Donkey Kong's Jungle Vine, which I can say is shit. Terrible name, but it did fit the fan site naming conventions of the late 1990s. So, in its time period, it had its place. But when the DKU became fragmented with the buyout, and our view toward Nintendo became extremely pessimistic leading into the GameCube years. And I just want to say this up front, too. I'm going to be talking shit about our coverage during this era because I look back on how harsh we were towards Nintendo and I'm like, why? Like, this is silly. This is absurd. I do generally like the GameCube. I love the Nintendo DS. Like, what were we doing? What were we on? Yeah, at the time, we were just like, new Nintendo. Ew, they didn't want Rare. And so we decided to rebrand the site as Donkey Kong Universe. Kind of keeping Donkey Kong in there, but almost de-emphasizing the Donkey Kong and focusing on the universe. Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, and befitting the universe theme. DK Vine's new look would replace the trappings of the jungle with the spirit of outer space. So this is where our neon aesthetic took over. And we mostly based it off of Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road. Because, when you're going anti-Nintendo, why not pull from Mario Kart 64?
Yeah, the irony of this is never not funny. But, I mean, it's a good aesthetic to riff on.
It is, and it's not used very much. And they even replaced the neon heads in Mario Kart 8 when they brought back that iteration of Rainbow Road. They've replaced them with fireworks.
Yeah, I got problems with that one. But see our many episodes about Mario Kart for comments on that.
Yeah, but this is where our forum avatars that are still going strong today, the neon heads of various DKU characters. This is where that came from.
Yeah, those neon heads have also locked us forever into having a site with white text on a black background. Because of how they were set up.
I remember in the early to mid 2010s when there was a lot of debate behind the scenes of the staff, like, we're going to we got to get away from the dark background with the white text. Nobody uses that anymore. It's shit. Everybody wants light background. And then all of a sudden, what's in vogue again? Oh, dark mode. Oh, everything has to have a dark mode now. Oh, who was ahead of the curve? Oh, was it DK Vine? That's right. Everything old becomes new again. I was like fighting tooth and nail to keep DK Vine's look the way it was, and I'm happy and proud that I pulled it off. And now
Donkey Kong dies in dark mode.
Yeah, and now that I'm sole editor-in-chief, I'm like, this. I don't care if it falls out of fashion again. We're just staying the course, because we have to, because the neon heads.
We'll just stay the course until it circles back around in popularity, just like Donkey Kong Country.
Just like Donkey Kong Country, just like Rare, just like Banjo-Kazooie. But the neon heads are great. Like, I might look at this aesthetic now and I'm just like, what were we thinking? But the neon heads are objectively one of the best things. And I just love how stylized they are and how they kind of bring everything together, this notion of this shared universe between all these disparate series and corporate parents, and it just makes it look like they belong together.
I obviously love them. They were kind of like a foot in the door for me doing more stuff for DK Vine back in the day, because I was just making them of my own volition and posting them on the forum. But
yeah,
it was kind of nice that there were so many of these made, like a lot of them by Aussie Ben and then Mark and then others. There was a huge library of them, and many of the best ones were just the total nobody characters.
Right. Yeah, like, I obviously spent a lot of time preparing the show notes for this episode. just immersed in this era of DK Vine. Luckily, Internet Archive preserved like all of the graphics, all of the images, like the site structure. If you go back, it's there, it's intact. I was blown away because I thought it wouldn't load. Like, I've tried it before and it just never showed up. But I went back. Like, all the articles are still preserved on DK Vine, but I mean, just the look of the site back then. If I wanted to get the full effect, I had to go to Internet Archive, and it was all there, for good or for bad. But yeah, I just spent a lot of time looking at this. And of course, we had red neon as the site logo, which said Donkey Kong Universe, which is why we had to go with DK Vine for our homage to it that you did, Cameron. But it was red neon that I talk about Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road being an influence. But this red neon specifically was a tip of the hat, or I guess tip of the plastic visor and foam visor to the Virtual Boy, a system that never saw a specific DKU game, coming out of Donkey Kong Country, but we iconoclast at DK Vine celebrated the Virtual Boy. One, because for whatever reason, the site staff saw the merit in what the Virtual Boy was trying to do, for all of its faults. We got it, and we really found it endearing in its own way. But I think we also went so hard on the Virtual Boy, like embracing it, because the rest of Nintendo internet tore it down. Because it was just this laughing stock, right? Oh, it's the one thing we'll allow ourselves to make fun of Nintendo for, right? Their one folly was the Virtual Boy. And so I guess that was just our way of rebelling against conventional thought, just being revolutionaries in any way we could. It was also kind of taking a piece of the era of Nintendo that the original DK Vine staff came up with, the play it loud Nintendo era of the mid 1990s, which we loved and I think mourned. It was our way of taking a piece of that when Donkey Kong Country was king and making it part of our site's DNA. So there's just a lot. I could psychoanalyze past Hyle all night, but
if you can say what you will about DK Vine in this era, and there is plenty to say, it had a really strong visual identity.
It did.
Because of this, collectively.
As far as fan sites go, I think we were very unique looking, and it definitely drew in the eye. I still think our site looks great today, but I mean, just back then, this look, it was just like, nobody else looked like this, right? So, just not something that's really on brand for what you should be conveying as a Donkey Kong related website. So I have no qualms about us scaling back this look in the late 2000s. We kind of got away from the outer space theming. We kept the neon for a bit, but they added some vines to it, and they kind of brought it back, rooted more in Donkey Kong, until it was ultimately retired in August 2010. But, I will always have sort of warm remembrances for how it looked during this time. E3 2004. Freezer says, Hyle thinks DK Vine 2004 looked better than Temple O Trunks. Cameron, what's Temple O Trunks? I don't know things.
I don't know. Is this a DBZ thing? Oh, it is.
Oh, okay.
It is a Dragon Ball Z thing. I did not know about this.
Now, I don't know what Temple O Trunks looked like in 2004, though. Like, I don't know. Just Andre says, nobody's ever wanted
Temple
a
O Trunks sounds like somebody Saberman would know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this a Saberman thing? Was I not aware of a Saberwolf fan site? Just Andre says, nobody's ever wanted a white-colored website background, and everyone who does want that is lying. And that came right after Freezer said, I'm still a light mode user. So...
Yeah. Yeah, people get really factional about the dark mode, light mode thing, and for me it's like, I have some stuff in dark mode and some stuff in light mode because it helps me mentally compartmentalize
Same.
Like my voice on various platforms and what I'm there for.
I keep social media in light mode because that's very much. I'm only on social media because of DK Vine, and at a certain point, I have to like punch out. I not punch out. I have to clock out for the day. And so it's just like, okay, I'm not gonna look at social media. So like light mode to me is business. Dark mode is pleasure, relaxation, and I want to convey pleasure and relaxation with DK Vine.
Same reasoning.
So, heading into E3 2004, we actually knew quite a bit of what we were going to see or what we might see. We obviously didn't know everything. It's just easy to forget through the haze of time, through the passing of 2 decades now, how much of the massively stacked E3 2004 slate of games was already known or already rumored ahead of time. And I also should say, this episode is going to be focusing on the Donkey Kong universe. And so we will not be getting into E3 2004 as a whole. We will not be getting into every game that was announced, every like topic that falls under Nintendo.
Yeah, going into this episode, when you told me we'd be doing it, I thought about, well, I should look at, like, even if we aren't going to talk about it, I should look at what else was going on in 2004, because, that period kind of blurs together for me. I don't remember specifically, and Jesus Christ, this was a stacked year for everything.
Everything, yeah. This might have been one of the E3s where everybody's needs got served. And obviously, some people probably were left out, but I'm just talking about, like, there's so much going on in the industry right now. And we obviously made out like bandits. And it's just so weird to think about because, we tend to think of the DKU as like these highs pre-buyout and then a dark period and then Donkey Kong Country Returns. And then you look at E3 2004 and you're like, wait, what? This is exactly what we want nowadays. What are we talking about? But, just looking through this, though, a lot of it was already known ahead of time. And that's why I did extensive research for this episode, because I obviously have very vivid memories of this E3, but I did not remember a lot of the finer details. And the traditional structure of E3 as we've come to remember it and as we were acquainted with it during like DK Vine's own trips out to E3 in the last 5 years of its life, it wasn't quite established at this time. Like, for example, like Xbox held their conference a different day and time. So I thought for this episode, rather than going game by game, we would follow along with DK Vine's own site coverage as we were reporting the news and go from there. It's a little bit different, but I feel like that would help actually illustrate what was going on in our fandom at the time. Because this will be from our fandom's perspective. Now, along the way, Cameron, if you want to chime in with your own recollections of what was happening outside the bubble, I would greatly appreciate that.
Honestly, this is probably a good format for me to revisit this too, simply because back in this time period, this was the sort of way I was getting my news about E3 and goings on, because I did not have high-speed internet at this time.
Right.
I was like only just starting to get plugged into online fandom. Like I was up until maybe about this time, I was primarily getting like my E3 recaps through like magazines.
Yeah, like that was me in the 90s, like up until 1999. Like E3 was something Nintendo Power talked about like a month later, So I was comparing notes with Josh about this. We were talking about Donkey Kong Country 3, and he was talking about, he read the press release on Nintendo's website. And like I had to wait for Nintendo Power to find out about Donkey Kong Country 3. So it was just, and because not everybody was online, and we all got online at different times, like it wasn't this utility that was just this necessity of life for everyone yet. So
yeah, I couldn't just at you on Discord and say, "Hi, did you see this trailer for Star Fox 2?"
Star Fox 2, right? So, yeah, and that's what I wanted to convey about this E3, because this E3 is very unique, because May 2004, it's the last E3 before YouTube. So, a lot of this E3 was still done the traditional way. Some of it, if you had high-speed internet, you could watch the press conferences on, like, IGN. Right? For, like, streamed by people who are there in the room, but you didn't have this big spectacle. You didn't like, maybe like GTV did, like, aired it. I don't know. I didn't have GTV, but
like in my limited like media exposure window is basically your window into what happened at E3 was what other outlets reported on and chose to like compile as like a sort of highlight reel in their press coverage.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't necessarily be everything you were interested in. That would be what they considered the highlights.
Yeah. And it's funny, going out to E3 starting in 2015, when DK Vine like got on our big kid pants, you know, and we could actually get press passes and go out when we were established enough to do so. It was amazing to me because I recognized what we were actually missing following along from home, and just how much juice you could squeeze out of it if you're just there for one specific thing or a couple specific things. In our case, the DKU.
And for that matter, how spread thin you'd be if you tried to be comprehensive about everything.
Oh my God, yeah. Like, the reason DK Vine could do what we could do is because we had such a limited capacity. Meanwhile, like, Mitchell would be there as an actual games journalist at the time, and he would be just like running himself ragged. And I'm just like, no, I'm good. I'm gonna go over see Rare again. So no wonder I beat him on the rock wall. Poor guy. He had never stood a chance. He was just doing like 5 times the amount of work. But yeah, so this E3 was kind of a bridge between the E3s of the first 10 years and what E3 would become in like the back 15 years of its life. So that's kind of why I thought we would do it this way too. I did not actually ever see the Nintendo or Microsoft conferences, the press conferences, the stage shows for this E3. I only read about them. And you, Cameron, you ahead of time watched them.
So a big asterisk on that. I had never seen these press conferences in full either. As I said, I got the highlight reel, which was, I didn't see the press conferences, but I knew about Reggie kicking ass and taking names, Miyamoto coming out in a Hot Topic shirt with the Master Sword, Twilight Princess, Metroid Prime 2, that, like, things that you get through the grapevine because they were the things people chose to highlight.
Right. And meanwhile, if you got it through the DK Vine, you would just get a lot of complaining. So anyway, it was Sunday, May 9th, 2004. Which, like, again, this is before Microsoft Xbox started having their Xbox showcases, as they're now called, on Sundays midday. So we were kicking off our coverage on Sunday, which I'm like, what are you doing? You know, you have to start like Friday. It's like, I wasn't even going on bear hikes at this time, Cameron. Like, this is just shoddy Donkey Kong journalism we're talking about here. But anyway, our very first article as Donkey Kong universe as this neon, spacey website with neon heads of the DKU characters. Our very first article was on Sunday, May 9th, 2004. Now, prior to the neon refresh, all news and site updates would be lumped together under updates, right? So, this is why the oldest news article on DK Vine as it exists today is still May 9th, 2004, because this is when we actually started utilizing the article format, and we're still going strong today, some almost 7,000 articles later. So this is what we knew, and I wrote up this is my handiwork of our E3 2004 preview, and I sectioned it off according to system. So for Nintendo GameCube, number 1, Donkey Konga. Publisher Nintendo, developer Namco. And I said, join Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong as they beat on drums. Guest starring Ellie the Elephant and the whole flock of banana birds in 3 glorious frames of animation. So obviously we knew quite a bit about Donkey Konga. We had seen previews. I think it was already out in Japan at this point. So Donkey Konga wasn't really a surprise. The only thing we didn't know about yet was the track listing for outside of Japan. Like what the songs would be in the Americas and Europe and elsewhere. So, and of course there would be 3 different track listings depending on your region. So anyway, we were like, we're going to see Donkey Konga, and we were, of course, not that enthused about Donkey Konga, let's just say, as the first sampling of the post-rare Donkey Kong era.
This is also a weird thing to go back to, having lost perspective for this in like more modern E3s and onward in the post-E3 era, is just remembering, oh yeah, sometimes it would take 1 or more years for a game to get out of Japan.
Yeah.
So you'd see it like at E3 well after it had already been out in Japan.
But
and there was plenty to look up.
Because there was no social media at the time, a lot of fans weren't talking to each other, like Japanese fans talking with fans in the West. I mean, you would get that, in some places, but there was kind of like this wall up between like different countries.
Yeah,
and
just to give perspective, like for anybody who doesn't know offhand, like I'm going by the Wikipedia dates here. Japanese release of Donkey Konga, December 2003.
Right.
North American release date, September 2004.
Yeah. So even like when stuff would be out in Japan, we would get like leaks from Japan. It wouldn't be just people on social media in Japan saying, hey, check this out. And we'd be like, oh, cool. So it was a different world. Like we were online, but it was a very different online experience than it is today. In some ways better, in some ways worse. Like, say what you will about social media and how it's kind of ruined society. There are aspects of it I really like talking with Rare fans worldwide, regardless of language barrier. That's a really cool aspect of it that I would hate to lose. Anyway, number two, Star Fox 2, as it was being bandied about pre-E3 2004. Publisher Nintendo, developer Namco.
Yeah, I think by this time they had just been branding it Star Fox.
Okay.
No number, no subtitle. Like, I think Assault went through like 3 different like temp names before they settled on Assault. Like, I think it was like Star Fox Armada, then Star Fox 2, then just Star Fox. Really glad they didn't stick with Star Fox 2, all things considered.
Right. From the like Star Fox Adventures purist standpoint, I kind of like Star Fox 2 because it's just like, yeah, it is my Star Fox 2. But obviously it's not fair to the real Star Fox 2, which is now a canonized Star Fox game. So Anyway, a few years after the events of Star Fox Adventures, Team Star Fox is back with Crystal in tow. Said that like Iwata introducing Dixie. Watch in awe as graphics, sound, play control, and fun are downgraded dramatically from SFA, while Nintendo loyalists gush at how the series has returned to its roots. Which I say now, as a massive fan of Star Fox Assault, shut the fuck up, Hyle. You're gonna love it.
It's funny how, like, much snippier this is about Star Fox when I look at the Donkey Konga blurb, and I imagine that was also, like, deliberately trying to sound cynical.
Yeah.
But that also just is an objective fact about Donkey Konga, that it is very limited 2D animation.
Here's what's going to be fun about this, though, Cameron. We're going to see perspective shift even during our coverage of E3. You'll see when the turning point comes for Star Fox, where not just me, but the rest of the staff goes, oh, wait, maybe we shouldn't be snarky about this. This actually looks kind of cool. Oops. Which should have been a lesson learned right there, but it would take us a few more years to get our collective heads out of our asses. Number 3, Mario Tennis GCN. Remember when, like, GCN was just the abbreviation we were all going, like, that's what Nintendo wanted you to call the GameCube, was the GCN.
It's like, why isn't it the NGC?
Right, and I still use GCN when I have to abbreviate, but I just try not to abbreviate it because it's dumb.
I use it because Melee told me that was the abbreviation.
Publisher Nintendo, developer Camelot. The Camelot console cameo sports title that was less fun than Mario Golf comes to the GCN. Wow, I couldn't be happy about anything, could I? All right. Mario Party 6. Oh boy.
Yeah, this will be glowing.
Publisher Nintendo, developer Hudson Soft. Because where would a year of Nintendo games be without the latest rehashing of Mario Party? Well, Mario Party got off easy there. Phew.
Yeah. To our listeners who might be younger than this E3, Mario Party releases used to happen yearly.
Their annual releases, and DK Vine got burned out on it around Mario Party 3. We know everybody has their favorite Mario Party. Some people prefer Mario Party 3. Some people prefer Mario Party 6, as we recently learned with the Idaho Crew Draft. So, like, all due respect to Mario Party 6. Okay, again, snarky, shitty Hyle from 20 years ago has evolved and matured. And don't take my past words and use them against current me. I've grown past this heinous little shit. All right. Just there's a lesson to be learned here, and we're gonna learn it together. All right, that brings us to Microsoft Xbox. We were just adamant about calling it Microsoft Xbox and not just the Xbox, probably because Nintendo put their corporate name before their system. So Microsoft Xbox. Cameron, would you like to read the listings for the Xbox?
Sure. Keeping in mind, I didn't write any of these words.
Yeah, I kind of read ahead just to make sure I'm not putting any vile language in your mouth.
Very well. Microsoft Xbox. Number 1, Conquer, live and uncut. Publisher, Microsoft Game Studios. Developer, Rare. The long-awaited multiplayer prequel to Conker's Bad Fur Day, packaged with a revamped next-generation version of our favorite N64 game.
Wait, our favorite N64 game?
Yeah, that's pretty uncontested now. Parentheses, CBFD's NowQuil.
I don't know what that means.
I guess it because it's just Bad Fur Day again.
How is that? Okay, whatever. Just
the name of the game may have been changed to Conquer Live and Reloaded, or just simply Conker. Either way, this will hopefully deliver Conker's most bogus journey to a larger audience than it got in early 2001.
Spoilers, it wouldn't.
No. It felt at the time like it was going to, though.
Yeah, but it's less remembered now than Bad Fur Day.
It really felt like at the time, like, okay, Rare is struggling to find an audience on Xbox, but this game that struggled to find an audience with Nintendo might be the right fit, and it kind of wasn't.
No. We had a lot of hopes, though.
Number 2. Yeah, this is definitely in dark mode, all right. Saberman Stampede. Publisher, Microsoft Game Studios. Developer, Rare. Although not officially announced, Saberman Stampede is what has become of the former GCN title, Donkey Kong Racing. As the star of the game is definitely Saberman, one has to wonder how the Saberwolf cast can fill up an entire racing game. We've heard that there should be other Rare characters appearing, so there's a fair chance that means this will be DKU. Besides, it has been built from the carcass of a former Donkey Kong title, and judging from the name, it sounds like the aspect of training and racing animals in the wild has remained intact.
We didn't know. The evolution of Saberman Stampede is worthy of a conversation all to itself. But
gosh, Hyle, can you imagine if we were to find out we almost got a Rare crossover kart racer?
Here's what's funny, though. This was, of course, before we had classified Saberwolf GBA as DKU. So Saberman Stampede would have been DKU, even if it was just Saberman. But the evolution of Saberman Stampede is just wild, coming from Donkey Kong Racing to where it wound up. And, of course, this would really begin the tradition of every E3 up until probably 2008, I want to say. Like, hoping for any announcement on Saberman Stampede. And it kind of became just a running joke after that, but this is where it started. So, of course, like, we knew quite a bit coming into this. Like, we already even knew that the name of Conker Live and Uncut might have been changed to Conker Live and Reloaded. So it's just between the rumor mill and what companies were still just free to talk about, like, before their big unveilings at E3. Again, this is kind of a bridge between eras, this E3. All right, so that takes us to the Game Boy Advance. And number 1 on that one, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest. That subtitle would be dropped. Publisher Nintendo, developer Rare. After last year's white-hot success of the GBA Donkey Kong Country port, it was a remake, Hyle, not a port, Rare and Nintendo team up for the second time since the Microsoft buyout to bring us the sequel. This will be a retelling of the events from the original DKC2, showing us aspects of the adventure we weren't aware of during the original go-around. A brand new boss and mini-games, such as 4-player racing game with Espresso, based on Donkey Kong Racing. Well, not really, but bug collecting with Clubba, piloting the prototype of DKC3's gyrocopter, and more. Should add new levels of fun to the most classic DKU adventure of all time. Fairly accurate for what it shook out to be. But yeah, we knew quite a bit about DKC2 for the GBA, so no surprises there. Banjo-Pilot, publisher THQ, developer Rare. Now, keep in mind, keep in mind, this is following the reveal of the voxel version. It has to be, because my first sentence says, simply stunning. The former Diddy Kong Pilot has been overrun with characters from Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and we couldn't be more pleased. Even Jolly Roger is getting in on the action as you fly through worlds from the Banjo series, as well as new areas, twisting through ravines. Yeah, this is definitely the voxel version.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
As you shoot eggs at your opponents. Finally, Diddy Kong Racing has its own GBA counterpart. Finally, Cameron. Finally. Diddy Kong Racing will never be a cursed property. Oh my god. Alright. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Publisher Nintendo. Developer Nintendo. Well, not really. It was... okay. A DKU game done in the style of the original arcade games. Donkey Kong Jr., after becoming good friends with Mario these recent years, has decided that he wants to be a crazy fuck, as I said, on a whim, and try to murder him by stealing his toys or something. Thank you, Nintendo. Only in your games can a hero become a total villainous asshole and then switch back again.
I like the implication here that Donkey Kong was stealing the mini Mario toys as a means to kill Mario somehow.
Somehow. I wasn't really clear on the plot. I was just angry. Just brimming with rage. Even Mario vs. Donkey Kong I eventually made my peace with, though. You know? It's like, it is what it is. It didn't really affect Donkey Kong's portrayal in other games outside of that series. And it was fine, but at the time, didn't know. I was a little worried. Mario Golf Advance Tour. Publisher Nintendo, developer Camelot. The sequel to the excellent GBC version of Mario Golf. In this RPG golfing spectacular, a new group of misfits have joined Marion Club to achieve putting perfection. Expect cameos by most of the characters from the original. Yes, even the golf guru. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one. I did really like that game, so, you know, my optimism wasn't misplaced there, unlike Banjo-Pilot. Mario Tennis GBA. This was not shown. This was ways off. Publisher Nintendo, developer Camelot. The sequel to another fantastic GBC sports RPG. Chances are we won't be seeing it this year at this year's E3 with Advanced Tour on the floor. But you never know. How did I know about Advanced Tour, Cameron? How did that knowledge cross my little brain? I should know about Advanced Tour. Why was that? I'm a bubble. What am I talking about? All right. Keep going. The last game listed here. Mario Party GBA, which ultimately Donkey Kong wasn't even in, but we didn't know it at the time. Publisher Nintendo, developer Hudson Soft. And I said, the plague spreads to the Game Boy Advance. No, this beast wasn't satisfied with Mario Party E. At long last, it has to infect the GBA in the form of a cartridge. Well, Donkey Kong wasn't in it, so I shouldn't have complained. And then I say, but wait, that's not all. There's much more to see at E3 than just the games we've listed above, which was true. We'll be keeping an eye on the Nintendo DS, as 30-plus games will be debuting for the upcoming dual-screened portable. Chances are, some might be DKU, and some might be developed by Rare. Speaking of Rare, you never know what surprises they may have in store, or what games of theirs might end up being DKU. I'm looking at you, it's Mr. Pants. There's also word on a Mario Pinball, and while it might just feature solely the Mario cast, DK or Diddy could drop by to get whacked with the ball. Or Space Puck if we're lucky. Finally, straight from the Smash Bros. Series, Master Hand and Crazy Hand return to play Kirby in the GBA title Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Yeah, so we weren't quite sure, or I wasn't, how to cover Waluigi rule games yet, because we knew Master Hand was going to be in this Kirby game. And we were like, well, does that mean it's DKU? And like the Waluigi rule was laid down on the forum at the time, and I was the last one to want to adopt it because I was like, I don't know. That feels like cheating. And it wasn't until Fire Emblem, with the Burning Blade, is that what it was re-subtitled as? Or something?
But it was Blazing Blade in Japan and just Fire Emblem over here.
Yes, but eventually the Blazing Blade title came over here in subsequent like re-releases on the eShop. That was the game that finally sold me on the Waluigi rule, because I was playing it and I was like, this has nothing to do with the DKU. So the Waluigi rule, for those who don't know, is a classification we came up with following the DKU rules, which states that if a character is introduced in a DKU game, any subsequent appearance of that character will make that game DKU. And ultimately, we had to say that with cameo games, franchises where characters that are DKU cross over with, like Mario Kart or even Super Smash Brothers, eventually Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing with Banjo-Kazooie and the like, those could not make new DKU characters. So if a character like Waluigi, who debuted in Mario Tennis for the N64, debuts in that game, that character themselves, they're not DKU. They are the spiritual property of that series, in that case, Mario. So that's what the Waluigi rule is. Eventually, I came to understand its merits and its logic, but I wasn't quite convinced at this time. So I was like kind of sneaking that in there. I was like, Master Hand's in this Kirby game. Maybe we'll talk about it. I don't know. So side note, Mario vs. Donkey Kong would actually be out 2 weeks after this. The original one for the GBA. So it really wasn't a factor at this E3, at least from our coverage perspective, because it was almost out anyway. So why really focus time talking about Mario vs. Donkey Kong when we would be talking about it in just 2 weeks? Despite Mario Golf Advanced Tour being present at the show, it was also a month and a half away from release. And so no new ground was really broken at the show. And the last thing I said in this article was, I've got a temperature of 102 and I really should be in bed. And when I was going through this, I had completely forgotten that, I was terribly sick the weekend before E3. My fever broke, I want to say later that day, later that Sunday, May 9th. And I started feeling better by Monday, but I had a really bad head cold for the rest of the week. And I completely, blocked this out of my mind. But this was one of the worst, spring flus I ever had. It was just, it knocked me sideways. And I remember being sick that year, in that month, but I completely disassociated from E3 until I was going back over our old articles. I was like, oh wow, yeah, I was just getting over this, and it really limited what I could do that Sunday. But apparently I could, complain about things like Star Fox 2.
It certainly doesn't sound like it set you up to be in a good mood to cover it.
No, it didn't. So yeah, that we knew quite a bit actually going into it. Obviously there's a few huge reveals at this E3 that we still didn't know about, but it's surprising how much, I completely forgot we already knew about Star Fox Assault, what it would come to be known as, ahead of time. And we even knew Crystal would be in it. That's wild knowledge to have going into something.
Yeah, just the nature of that game being in development for so long. It was shown off at the previous E3 and looked radically different. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that colored our perception a little bit. And
yeah, I can speak to the having seen the early stuff they showed off for Star Fox Assault in 2003, the comment the disparaging comments about how the game looks were not without warrant. That game got an unprecedented glow up a year in the intervening year.
And also complaining about visual fidelity, graphics, it seems so shallow and petty, but you saw what Rare could do in their one GameCube game, right? Like,
I even remember feeling a bit of that at the time myself, and that was because I didn't have the perspective to understand Star Fox Adventures could look as good as it did because you were following one character very closely behind his back the whole time in a very curated space where they could cull any geometry that wasn't on screen and fill the game with loading zone, areas to hide loading zones.
Yeah.
That said, I was extremely pleased that they, the next Star Fox game was trying to keep the fairly realistic rendering style that they established.
Yeah, we'll get into it when we get into Star Fox here, but yeah.
Yeah.
But going into this, I think the big game we were most hyped for was Conquer. For various reasons, because like I said, we already heard whispers that it was going to be renamed Conquer Live and Reloaded, but later that Sunday, we got news because we were expecting Conquer that summer, in fact. July 2004 was the release date that had been bandied about. Well, later that Sunday, right after I did that article, we got word that it was going to be delayed almost an entire year, from July 2004 to March 2005 at the time. And so while that was disappointing, the hype didn't subside for Conquer. Conquer Live and Reloaded, as weird as it seems in 2024, and all due respect to the Conquer series and Bad Fur Day. I know we were kind of smirking at my comment about how Bad Fur Day was our favorite N64 game, because I think if you poll most of us, that wouldn't be the case nowadays. Conquer was held in high esteem back then, and I still really love Conquer. It's not my favorite. Donkey Kong and Banjo will always take up more real estate in my heart, but I like Conquer. But back in the late Nintendo era, early buyout era of Rare fandom, Conquer was just held up as this masterpiece, and maybe it was just age that had to do with it. It was crude and crass and broke all sorts of taboos, and it had some semblance of a morality tale at the end, and it was sad and depressing and makes you cry. And anyway, but Conquer was just.
I also think in that this era of the buyout's still fresh in everybody's minds. Conquer was kind of held up as the example of finally, this is Rare untethered. This is the vision of Conquer Nintendo didn't want you to see.
Yeah,
yeah.
Conquer Live and Uncut.
Give and take
was the original name. Live and Uncut was the original name, and we were they're gonna go all out with this one. Finally, no meddlesome censors to get in the way. Of course, it was more censored than Bad Fur Day, and they, whatever. Obviously, that stuff doesn't matter, but I think Bad Fur Day was just held up. It was this technical marvel what they were able to do with it on the N64, and with Live and Reloaded, I think we were thinking this is going to be the Xbox system seller. I know it sounds ludicrous nowadays, but it was the first of the Diddy Kong Racing spin-off series, like between it and Banjo-Kazooie, to get
At the very
game.
least, this was going to be Rare's Xbox system seller.
Yes,
like,
yes. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. Like, it was the first to get a game on the Xbox.
This is gonna put Rare on the new map that they've found themselves on.
Yes. The game looked gorgeous. Like, it did look stunning. And I think there is this... I know there is this notion that Conker would finally find his audience, right? Like, it wasn't there for Nintendo, but the Xbox, which is full of college-aged gamers who are looking for more mature fare, they will find Conker hilarious. And Conker, of course, will then become the mascot of Xbox, because every video game console needs a cartoony mascot.
Yeah. And I want to stress, this was not like a unique perspective of DK Vine being the covers of funny animal games. I saw this kind of attitude in magazine outlets of the desperate search to find out who was going to be the animal mascot that stuck for Xbox, because it was just how video games worked at the time. That was the convention. You had Mario's human, but he's the mascot of Nintendo and functionally isn't the human. Sega had Sonic. Sony, at that time, I'd say Crash was still largely considered the mascot of PlayStation, even though he had started to drift and wasn't really owned by Sony.
Right.
But people were eyeing oh, Blink's the Time Sweeper. That's gonna be the one. No, wasn't him. What about Conker? Well, it can't be Master Chief. It's Master Chief.
yeah. Eventually, yeah, it was just Master Chief. But yeah, it was. We really thought, oh man, this is actually going to work for our benefit, right? Like, as much as the buyout is something we didn't want to see happen, it's going to give Conker a second chance, and he's going to become the freaking mascot of Xbox. We are going to just be getting Conker games for years and years. And I'm laughing because it's ridiculous with the benefit of hindsight. But that was a true feeling at the time. And so Conker Live and Reloaded represented so much for our fandom. And Conker Live and Reload came, and of course the DK Vine forum and a lot of people in the Rare community played the online multiplayer. It did become part of the language of our community for a bit, but it really did feel like once it failed to really find a larger audience, and then of course when the 360 came out, Conker just faded in the rearview mirror. And of course we've had minor revivals here and there throughout the last 20 years, but never again reaching the heights that we felt he was destined to reach at this time, and this week in particular. So, that being said, that was basically Sunday. Just a lot of table setting. Monday, May 10th was officially a day before the show started, but so much news broke on Monday. This was also it would be that night where Microsoft would hold their Xbox conference. I don't think they're using the showcase vernacular yet, but this would kind of be more of a kickoff of E3, even if it was unofficial. So as the E3 show floor was being set up, somehow photos were leaking out to the news sites. And I guess I can only fathom that show floor security was much tighter in the years that would follow. Because when we went, there was no getting in. There was no getting in past a certain point. Unless you were actually, going to be working the show floor, unless you were helping set up the booths, the displays, there was no getting in. Journalists couldn't get in. But somehow, some way, people were getting in and taking screenshots. They were making screenshots of Nintendo's show floor as it was being set up. And
Yeah, this before you could depend on everybody to just have a camera in their pocket at all times.
yeah, yeah.
In the form of a phone.
So these were blurry. These weren't great quality, but one image of the Nintendo section in the LACC created a legendary piece of reporting from DK Vine. Legendary in our own community, in our own bubble, in our own minds, because of the rampant misinformation within, rampant speculation that we just somehow believed wholeheartedly. So the article is by Chad. It's Donkey Kong Golf. And if you've ever followed DK Vine's E3 coverage and you've seen jokes about Donkey Kong Golf, this is where it originates from. So I will just read this because I think this deserves to be read in full, just for the context and for the magic of the moment. So this was posted 4:14 p.m. I guess that would be Central Time. I think we're still using Central Time in deference to Chad. Maybe it was Eastern Time, but I think Central Time was still what we went with back then. A few minutes ago, I'm quoting now, former site editor Sean, and Sean's still part of the community. Sean still shows up everywhere. Hello, Sean, if you're listening. Tipped off former site editor Sparky Z, who tipped off me to this interesting image. It was taken last night as workers set up lights around the E3 2004 Nintendo booth. In the full image, the title of the future GameCube game, Metroid Prime 2, echoes the scene, so we're certain it's legit. You couldn't fake that. From what we can tell, this is part of the traditional yellow and red Donkey Kong logo. The first word looks like it ends with a Y, and the second word looks to begin with K. What intrigues us is the word below it. It looks like it might say golf, which would mean something I know we're all dying for. Another DKU golfer. There's also the possibility that the word below is just part of country, in which case this is just part of the Donkey Kong Country 2 booth. Either way, it's a neon sign, and that's all we really care about. And then about 40 minutes later, there was an update added to the bottom of the article. It said, DKU reader Bendelin noticed that the text on the lower word very well could be isle or island. This actually makes us hopeful for some kind of a real Donkey Kong adventure game. We'll keep you posted. Well, yes and no.
Mostly no.
Mostly no. It wasn't Donkey Kong Golf, even though I would play the hell out of Donkey Kong Golf. What you do is make it mini golf, Cameron. Make it mini golf, and you could have a lot of fun with the concept.
I don't mean to drag mid-2000s DK Vine too much, but yeah. I look at this image and that's clearly two words to me in that bottom line.
With the benefit of hindsight, Cameron, you know what it's you know what this logo is now.
But I don't see golf. If I try to read it as one word, it would be like generously. I could see it as like golf, but like with a U.
Okay,
like
but
Gulf War.
You're also looking at it. Donkey Kong Golf War would be also amazing. I would play the hell out of that. You're looking at it with 2024 resolution monitors. You have to think back what we had in 2004. Little tiny IMAX. Barely make this out. Illegible.
Tiny iMac in 2004, on the contrary, it'd be blown up very large because the resolution would be very small.
I will say Donkey Kong Island would be a great name for a game. If the new Donkey Kong game is taking place on Donkey Kong Island, I think it should just be called Donkey Kong Island, honestly. But anyway, the actual logo was the original Donkey Kong Jungle Beat logo, which is wildly different from what we would get.
Much more reserved.
Yeah.
Which
Kind of looks like the Ninja Turtles logo, the original Ninja Turtles logo from like the 80s, the cartoon logo.
a bit, yeah.
Yeah. But we didn't know anything about Donkey Kong Jungle Beat at the time. So that Monday, while Donkey Kong Golf was being immortalized, I had taken the day off. Taking time for myself the Monday before E3. What a different era this was. I could not do that. Not like a few short years later, that would be unthinkable. But I'd gone to Charlottesville, Virginia with my on-again, off-again girlfriend at the time. And it's weird how powerful certain memories can be, because this is one of the most sharpest, clearest memories of this E3 week for me. Because we were leaving like this old-timey candy store with like a rocking chair on the porch. We were in Keswick, Virginia, which is just outside of Charlottesville. And we were driving out in the rolling green scenery of Albemarle County, like going into the foothills of Shenandoah National Park, the Blue Ridge Mountains. Just a beautiful late spring day. I mean, everything was green, verdant, sky was blue. I was still like feeling under the weather. I was feeling better, but I was also like, ugh, maybe I overdid it being out today. And like going out when I'm still getting over something, like post COVID, that just seems like irresponsible, right? But different time. Anyway, I remember getting a text from Chad as we were driving away, that they had just announced Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge mobile. And I remember sitting there in the car. I remember the scenery around us. I remember my on-again, off-again girlfriend by my side. And I just remember thinking, oh, I should be heading back. DK Vine needs me, or Donkey Kong Universe needs me. And I remember like reeling from this news, Cameron, because I thought, oh no, I'm going to have to get a new phone. One that can play games. My phone can't play games. Oh my God, can I afford that? That's some like wild new technology. I don't know. I don't even know how you do it. How can I play Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge mobile? Will I be able to get a phone that can play it? What phones can play it? Does it say which phones can play it? Didn't know. I didn't know. Because Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge mobile was announced. It was announced as a 2D platformer in the press release. Which, no, wrong. So wrong. Developed by Cybico and published by Infusio. Of course, it ultimately was just a top-down game, like the GBA version, a scaled-back version of the GBA game. Now, it was also announced at the same time that Saberwolf Mobile would also be coming out. Saberwolf GBA was still a month away from release, and we didn't yet classify it as DKU. Which Freezer is very upset about in the chat. Freezer, she was complaining that I was giving more credence to the Kirby game than I was Saberwolf. And I know, that's my bad. That was on me. I own it. Anyway, Saberwolf Mobile, developed by Kaolink, and also published by Infusio, of course. So, the companion title, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Missions, and It's Mr. Pants Mobile Edition, they were not announced at the time of this press release. So we did not know about them. We just knew about these two mobile games. Now, Chad in his article said, a Banjo-Kazooie game not made by Rare. I really don't know what to think of or expect from this. And yeah, nowadays I'm just like, just give me a Banjo-Kazooie game. I don't care who makes it. Just give me a Banjo-Kazooie game.
That also is a bit heightening the reality of what this was. It's a bit like saying that Banjo-Kazooie XBLA is a banjo game not made by Rare.
Right, but Banjo-Kazooie XBLA wasn't even a thing yet, and we didn't have any comparisons of like, well, because this was pitched too as a 2D platformer, so we thought it was going to be a
Right, you didn't have the context to know
Yeah.
it was just going to be a scaled down port of the GBA game.
And maybe it was going to be a 2D platformer, and then they just thought, too much work, let's just shrink this game and cut out a bit, and we'll put all the mini games in its own game. Like, maybe that wasn't on the table yet, hence not announcing missions. But, yeah, this was scary, because it was one thing for Rare to go with Xbox, because I could still wrap my head around getting a new video game console. Yeah, it wasn't made by Nintendo, but okay, whatever. It's a video game console. It's a box you buy, you plug it into your TV, you pop in a game, you play it. This, you download it on your phone? What? And then, like, I'm gonna have to keep that phone if I want to play it, right? Obviously, with the Infusio titles,
Rare games are just gonna keep coming out on more and more obtuse hardware.
Yeah. With the Infusio titles, I preserve them through ROMs. It's one of the cases where, like, I'm okay having a preserved ROM of it because there's no other way to actually own it, and at least it's preserved the game, right? So, but at the time, I wasn't even thinking in those terms. I was just thinking, like, how do I get a phone that plays? And to this day, I'm not even sure what phones carried these games. It was never made clear. It was all depending on your, like, service provider. And it was just a
much
mess.
More of a Wild West, and also just having a phone that could even realistically run a very pared down Game Boy Advance game was kind of surreal in 2004.
Yeah. And honestly, I played Grunty's Revenge Mobile eventually, and I thought it was charming.
And because we have Freezer in the audience, I'm going to say, yes, I knew the N-Gage was a thing. It did not do very well.
Yeah, Freezer was upset that we weren't talking about E3 2005 and 2006 because that was where the N-Gage was. And I'm like, yeah, but it's the 20th anniversary of E3. We're doing this because number go up, smiley face. But, like, yeah, it's a Wild West. That's exactly right. Like, nowadays, you just have app stores, right? If you can have an iPhone, you can have an Android, you have access to it. Like, back in those days, it was just what games were provided by your provider, and you didn't know. And I remember going into, like, phone stores and trying to get information without divulging that I was in the market for a new phone because of a Banjo-Kazooie game. I wasn't prepared to, like, wave my freak flag that high in, like, IRL interactions at this time. So, and even now, that would be a ludicrous thing to walk into a phone store. Like, what do you care about? Like, what are you looking for in a cellular device? Well, I want to play Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Mobile. Can you make that happen for me? They would just stare at you, and they would try to sell you on the games they know the phone would play, and you're like, no, I don't care about those. I care about Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Mobile. So it was very scary. It was very scary. Anyway, to this day, when I drive past Keswick, Virginia, I think of nothing else but Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Mobile. I think about it every single time. I associate that area of Virginia with this dumb Banjo-Kazooie game, which, like I said, is very charming. I did play it eventually. I've likened it to a handheld port of a handheld game. Just like you like down make something even further, and that's what you have. And there's something beautiful that comes out of that. So anyway, that's our Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Mobile portion of the conversation, because it didn't really come up again throughout the rest of this E3, nor did Saber Wolf Mobile. I'm sorry, Freezer. So that evening, we got word on another surprise Donkey Kong game. We were already trying to make sense of Donkey Kong Golf. But all of a sudden, the website GBA Central, they were on hand at E3, feet on ground, GBA Central.
We're going to see a lot of very future-proof names coming up.
Yeah. At least Donkey Kong Universe, we can make fun of our branding back then. At least that's future-proofed, right? Like, that's gonna have some cadence somehow, like decades from now. GBA Central, you're locked into a specific time period there, but GBA Central, they got to E3 before we did. So GBA Central reported that Nintendo will reveal an all-new Donkey Kong GBA title at E3 named DK King of Swing. And weirdly, we did not think that the mysterious Donkey Kong logo seen on the show floor was related to this Donkey Kong game.
A smart call, since this is the first Donkey Kong game to just say DK in the title.
Yeah. I remember we were thinking, well, surely they're just going rogue and abbreviating it because they're lazy. Surely it's going to be Donkey Kong King of Swing. But site staffer Andre Summers did surmise that King of Swing might be, and I quote, and I'm dragging us all through the mud here. This is not me making fun or picking on past staffers, because I'm making fun of myself here too. We were all silly in unison. It was. I think Clobber gets off the easiest in this episode, if I'm honest. But Andre said King of Swing might be some sort of demented portable Dance Dance Revolution, possibly.
Possibly. In all fairness to Andre, if you heard the name DK King of Swing and had absolutely no other context for what it was going to be, would you assume it was going to be some kind of rhythm or dance related game, or would you assume it would be about Donkey Kong climbing a series of colorful round pegs?
We had no context for King of Swing, which is going to become important later, because the wild speculation would not end with some sort of demented portable Dance Dance Revolution. And I just
also not entirely baseless, since DKC had a rhythm minigame on the GBA.
That is true.
Or
it was
dancing, rather.
It was 2004, so it was in the air. I just love Andre's use of the word demented. It just that's the kind of poetry that pushes it over the edge for me, because it just so encapsulates where our mindset was at. Just like, is that something new? Don't like it. I'm gonna turn up my nose at it. It's demented. It's wrong.
David Wise is the devil's music.
So I got home by that point. I took some cold medicine, whatever I did. Didn't pop nearly as many pills back then as I do nowadays. I don't have a problem. Pills are fantastic. They keep me on my feet. But I got home at that point. I left the romance behind me, and I got to work for my budding Donkey Kong journalism, and I got to work misreporting the news entirely. So thanks to the website nsider.com. Remember nsider.com. They're going to be important in just a bit. We got our first clear look at the Donkey Kong banner. And since we saw the full logo of this, and we saw that, the DK bongos actually appear on this banner in the lower left-hand side, we just assumed that the now-known Donkey Kong Jungle Beat was merely a renamed Donkey Konga. They renamed Donkey Konga for Western audiences.
So, this is literally the first time I've noticed this, Hyle, but all the more reason we would have had no clue what Donkey Kong Jungle Beat was
Mm-hmm.
at this time. I'm just noticing this right now. In this image on the banner for Donkey Kong Jungle Beat,
Yep.
those are rare palm trees in the background.
Yeah, and that didn't even register for us back in 2004. I don't know if it was because we hadn't grown accustomed to other developers like making their own Donkey Kong iconography, and so like the plasticky rare era palm trees, they're just Donkey Kong palm trees. What are you talking about? And it wasn't until we would see palm trees in Jungle Beat, in things like Donkey Kong Country Returns, that we would then look back at these palm trees and be like, oh, I love those plasticky, weird ACM glossy ass palm trees. But yeah,
Right,
yeah,
there was no off script at this point. There was just the script.
yeah. So like that little bit wasn't anything for us. And now I look at it and I registered as soon as you did, Cameron. I was like, we're going to have to talk about the palm trees because I never noticed that 20 years ago. But yeah, they used rare era palm trees with this early render of Donkey Kong clapping his hands, like using his clap attack, his hand slap, like forward motion that he does in the game.
Other than this game using the DK bongos, this banner would not communicate to you anything about the game.
But we didn't know anything about Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, so we just thought it was Donkey Konga. For a terrible 30 minutes, our hopes were deflated until the Donkey Konga banner was photographed using the Donkey Konga logo and Donkey and Diddy playing the bongos on the Congo beach. So all of a sudden, we don't know what's happening. Wait, there are two Donkey Kong games, and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is not Donkey Konga, but why are the bongos there? That doesn't make any sense if it's not Donkey Konga. What? Okay, so Insider, who were just taking illicit pictures of Nintendo's show floor left and right, like hours before their press conference. Like, how were they on the show floor? I don't even know. Again, security must have been lax, or they must have known somebody, or they must have beaten a security guard over the head, stolen their badge or something. I don't know what they did, but
Or it could even be they just weren't really that concerned about this possibility at this point because somebody gets in early, takes a few photos, they'll make the rounds on fan sites. They're not going to be on the front page of Twitter or whatever's taking the place of Twitter by the time this airs.
right. Yeah, I mean, that is true. It was a different era of the internet. And I mean, that's what made the internet so exciting then, is you could find out stuff and know it long before everyone else if you knew where to look. And so, you know, I guess you're right there. By the time we went out, it was, you know, social media was entrenched and the world was vastly different. But anyway, Insider, they were just taking pictures of the show floor at free will, and they also took a picture of the control scheme to DK King of Swing. You know, the station where it would be playable on the Nintendo show floor the next day. They have like the controls like behind plastic. So people can just say, oh, how do I control this weird game? Here, it tells me here how to do it here. And a lot of weird language in this, Cameron. Like, we did not know what to make of all of these weird controls. Like, grabbing things and, like, charge attacks, and it was just so unlike any Donkey Kong game we've ever seen before. Having no conception of a peg swinger, mind you, right? Like, Clue Land was not in the discussion at this point.
And I should say, like, this diagram, you have a picture of it up in our show notes. It is extremely clinical. They're not like giving you diagrams of DK doing this stuff. It's not like flourished with like the aesthetic of the game itself. This is very like rudimentary, get to the point text on a white background with a diagram of a GBA.
Yeah. Very, like clinical. I was thinking like very, sterile. Yeah. So because we didn't know what any of this entailed, and we couldn't really visualize it from just the control scheme, the new hypothesis that evening was that King of Swing might be a handheld Donkey Kong fighting game. So we had gone from
like a right hook.
Yeah. So we'd gone from we'd gone from Donkey Kong Golf being the identity of Jungle Beat to DK King of Swing being an all-out brawl, a 2D brawl between Donkey Kong characters, which, again, like Super Smash Bros. Melee was out several years at this point, but the possibility of maybe doing this little side spin-off fighting game wasn't out of the realm of possibility yet, so anyway,
Sonic would do it.
Yeah, if Sonic can do it, we can do it. That's I think it was just we didn't know what to expect in this era. And
right. I should say rather Sonic did it the year before.
Yeah.
Battle was 2003.
Yeah. So later that night, the first blurry photographs of Jungle Beat gameplay were taken, presumably off of a Nintendo sizzle reel playing somewhere on the show floor, because it has the logo and a lot of the images, and it just seems like one of those like demos that you would see, and it's very, very blurred. But this was a poor first impression of Jungle Beat. This is why Nintendo should have been concerned about people getting in on their show floor, because
any game would look awful in these conditions. And it's not Donkey Kong Jungle Beat's fault.
Yeah. This like the animation, of course, the cameras, the consumer grade cameras cannot capture the animation off of a TV monitor, so everything is just a blurry, oversaturated mess. And it's just like a picture of Donkey Kong bouncing through this green space with a couple pink blobs next to him. This picture of a snowy landscape with mountains in the background and some dark blob in the lower left corner, and Donkey Kong approaching a big red blob in a green landscape.
With the Donkey Kong in the foreground so motion blurred together, it looks like he has octopus arms.
Yeah. It looks like he's just like, he looks like Dr. Puzz more than he does Donkey Kong, honestly. So DK Vine said, reporting on this, looks like Donkey Kong Jungle Beat will be a 2D platformer for the GameCube. It looks like the backgrounds are sparse at best, which is a telltale sign that Rare had nothing to do with it. Oh yeah. Got to get in the factionalism where we can. But again, like, terrible way to introduce Jungle Beat to us. And also just the clips they're using, I recognize them from what they would become in the game. Probably not the most impressive, especially at this stage in development, things to show off. I mean, it's just, it does look sparse. It does look less than stellar, even in this, what we can surmise in this blurry mess. But, yeah, so kind of set the mood in a negative, even more negative light for Jungle Beat going into it. But around midnight Eastern time, the logo for the Nintendo DS leaked, thanks to Planet GameCube. Planet GameCube was at hand, not to be confused with GBA Central. This was Planet GameCube. And Planet GameCube, I know of them. They took some interesting stuff back in the day. I think they were the ones who visited Nintendo of America and took those pictures of like the Rare era statues of like Fulgore and
Yep, they archived all the stuff that they hadn't yet taken down after the buyout.
Yeah. So props to Planet GameCube. Is there any jealousy in my voice that these fan sites got in to E3 when DK Vine still wasn't there? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I admit we wanted to be there, but We didn't have a plan of attack yet. We didn't have a method to our madness. We were just mad, and we didn't get our shit together for another decade. So
why won't Nintendo let us into their crappy club for jerks?
Yeah, I mean, it's like shooting yourself in the foot. Why is my foot bleeding? So, speaking of, you want to hear DK Vine's hilariously poorly aged hot takes on the DS as we saw the logo for the first time?
Oh, please do.
All right. It's Aussie Ben's time in the barrel. I'm sorry, Ben, wherever you are right now. People somewhere have undoubtedly been questioning the real name of the Nintendo DS. It was rumored to be Nitro at one point, with Nintendo DS being the newer placeholder name. But we can finally reveal what the official name of the Nintendo DS is. The Nintendo DS. And then from there it just gets even uglier. And I will spare Ben for reading it. It's just like, whoa. Like, why were we so anti-Nintendo DS? I want to tell you, Cameron, we all came up with derogatory nicknames for the Nintendo DS this week. I contributed Nintendo diaper shit because this is so stinky. It's like a baby took a duty in their diety. And the height of comedy, the height of clever repartee. And like, what the hell was our problem? I don't understand like this funhouse mirror distortion other than we were thinking 2 screens equals cheap Nintendo gimmick. And also maybe we already have the GBA, which we all really like. Why do we need another handheld? But like, yeah, the tone that we were taking, it's almost like we were just self-radicalizing ourselves to hate on Nintendo of that era, and it didn't matter what they were doing, because this was just the Nintendo who refused to buy Rare, who were making Donkey Konga, bongos. Like, Donkey Kong's a villain. You're trying to murder Donkey Kong by stealing his toys, Cameron. Like, what? Boo Nintendo. And, you know, I obviously love the Nintendo DS. What the fuck, man? Like, I'm sure everyone on the staff at the time would get a Nintendo DS, and we all loved it. We all found something to like about it. It was a fine system. I don't like it as much as the GBA, personally speaking. The GBA SP is an all-timer for me. It's still on my nightstand today. I still play it, but we were so silly, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anybody who was reading our website back then or has to listen to this podcast now. Like, I don't know. A week later, by the way, Ken Lobb would confirm that Rare was in possession of Nintendo DS dev kits and were at least actively developing titles for it. 2 titles, I think he said at the time. I don't know what those actually wound up being. Of course, plans would change over time. Definitely wasn't Viva Pinata at this point, but I think that certainly made us a little bit more receptive toward the damn thing a week later. But yeah, at this point in time, it was the Nintendo diaper shit to us. I don't know. Maybe there was just some bitterness too that they were retiring the Game Boy name, or it felt like they were retiring the Game Boy name, because they were presenting the DS as this like third pillar of Nintendo, but I think we all knew.
Yeah, I think the second they showed off a remake of Mario 64 with 4 characters, that was kind of putting to bed the notion that this was going to coexist alongside the GBA.
Yeah, so I think it was like, well, we like the GBA, and yeah, this is technically impressive, but why aren't you calling it the Game Boy DS or something? Like, why are you retiring the Game Boy name? And again, it was just aversion to change. feeling like another piece of our childhood was being stripped from us, which is more on us than Nintendo. Like, corporations are not our parents. And anyway, getting a little philosophical here, but yeah, it was just nonsense, right? So, thankfully, the tone quickly picked up at DK Vine because the day ended on the West Coast with the Microsoft conference. Again, held on a Monday night rather than midday Sunday. And the arrival of some rare trailers, Cameron. Now, do you want to talk a little bit about the Xbox conference in general? Really quick?
So, I not really, because I will tell you how I tried to prepare for this episode.
Sure.
I watched Nintendo's press conference from 2004 in its entirety. Awkward moments and all. I tried to do the same for Xbox's conference for parody. I couldn't get through it. I couldn't. I'm sorry.
What about it was embarrassing?
I think just by nature of the time period, everything's a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
But also,
I can attest to that.
I feel like it's this hypercharged version of what we have historically gone through as DK Vine with Xbox presentations in general, which is, I'm here for Rare, get to Rare. And you get the Conquer trailer fairly early. I guess rather than speak to like any details in the presentation, I feel like these two details are all you really need to know. The presentation starts off with a trailer for the tie-in video game to Shrek 2.
Oh, I hate it already.
And features an attempt to promote the Xbox's online video messaging feature with special guest infamous anti-vaxxer Jenny McCarthy.
Wow.
And also just this is a thing I noticed with Nintendo's press conference too. You can really feel the shift in the air as E3 became like this acknowledgement from the major players at E3, recognizing the shift from a very like insular like industry and media event to something that is going to have the eyes of the public and eventually right before its ultimate demise become a public event and try to pivot to a more public event.
Yeah.
There is a very like corporate investor-minded vibe to the Xbox, Sony, and Nintendo presentations at this time that they're gradually pivoting away from. They have keyed into like the things that will get reported on. They had, like, again, Miyamoto coming out on stage with the Master Sword to become like the photo of the day. But I'll put it to you this way, Hyle. I noticed that Nintendo, Xbox, and Sony's presentations in 2004 all had one thing in common. Can you guess what that is?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I could really scrape the bottom of the barrel to find something of that era. Why don't you just say it? Because I honestly could pick, like, any number of just terrible things.
Graphs.
Graphs? Okay, that wasn't what I was going to go for. Okay, graphs. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, just reassurances that these companies are doing just fine and going to see growth. And, yeah, you might understand why I'm not in the mood to sit through an hour and 40 minutes of Microsoft presentations with that vibe right now.
Look, the investors, the shareholders, they need to see growth in this quarter. So if we need to cut thousands of jobs to attain that, well, it's just business. It's just the sorry, the bile was just coming up and I couldn't. So yeah, that's weird graphs, because when we were going in person and sitting in the crowd of the like Xbox showcases, there were no graphs by the time we got there. There was Keanu Reeves coming out, and
we got a Lego car,
a lot of showmanship, a lot of razzmatazz, a lot of empty words and spectacle that really makes me think they think we're dumb, and a lot of us are. But I don't like to be thought of as dumb. I don't like to be talked down to, and there's a lot of talking down to. But maybe graphs would have made me feel more respected. Oh, you think I can handle this graph? Well, thank you. Thank you. It's weird. Yeah, the Conquer trailer, which, like, I did not watch any of these press conferences because my computer couldn't handle it. Like, for me, it was like, oh, I could download this and it might take an hour or something to download, and then it'd be this extremely choppy video, and it's just easier to follow along through press releases. I know Chad was watching these live because Chad had a much better computer than I did.
Yeah, I wasn't watching these at home. I didn't have the internet for it. There were Simpsons clips to download.
Yeah. Eventually, I did download the Conquer trailer the next day. It was worthy of my investment, my time, and CPU power to actually download. Because it sounded fantastic, and I had to see it for myself. The Conquer trailer, the Conquer Live and Reloaded E3 2004 trailer, it was a Terminator 2 Judgment Day parody. They got a Linda Hamilton sound-alike narrating, talking about, like, on that night in 2001, so many squirrels died, and
yeah, it's the tank running over the skulls scene.
Yeah. And we thought this was the greatest thing ever, Cameron. Like, I'm going to read to you the quotes from the article on this trailer. The lighting effects are just batshit insane, all caps, going all over the place indiscriminately. It's gorgeous. And the blood. My God, the blood. They're using metabol liquid simulators this time around. So when characters get decapitated, the blood gushes. It's amazing. And I can't speak to what a metabol liquid simulator is, or if it's even a real thing. But it sounds impressive. The blood gushes.
They're really proud of that blood gushing in that trailer. There are... I need to go through it again and count how many times they show a headshot.
It was an Xbox presentation, and of course, headshots would become ubiquitous in Xbox presentations. I think it was E3...
Okay, I've counted. It's 4.
4, okay. Yeah. The first couple E3s we attended in person, the Xbox showcases, we were cracking up at the wanton violence seen in so many of these trailers. And I think that all of these very brown games, brown, like dreary, like rust colored games, all based in post-apocalyptic settings or like urban warfare, and you would just have clips of like soldiers walking up and like executing somebody in the head on the sidewalk, and you're like, Jesus Christ! Like I'm not like a prude who's like, oh, there shouldn't be violence in video games, but at a certain point you become so desensitized to what you're seeing, and you're like, can I have some cartoons in this to like
It's
break
funny
it
that
up?
it's not the reaction isn't even like, oh my God, what, like disgust. It's just, oh, it's another one of these.
Right. And then like Rare's trailers comes on, and it's just like this breath of fresh air of color and vibrancy and merriment and mirth. And of course, the Xbox presentations would diversify throughout the following years, like until the point where there was several games that would like actually look interesting that weren't just from Rare. But yeah, it was a trend for the longest time. And later that night, we got further context on the trailer with a press release on Xbox.com talking about Old War and Future War. Now, we assume that Old War would refer to the 2001 era conflict seen in Bad Fur Day, and Future War would be taking place in 2005, and we were so wrong on that. Old War was this retconned prequel that didn't really make sense with the established lore, and Future War took place 200 years in the future. So
Yeah, the trailer, like, understandably, I think, deliberately obfuscates what's going on with the Old War, Future War stuff, and just frames it as Conquer being in this war, singular.
Right. Yeah. Like, it makes it seem like Conquer is actually an active participant in this big, like, multiplayer campaign. And it's not just the Squirrel High Command versus the Teddies. It's not just, like, these bookends to the Bad Fur Day story itself. But, yeah, we thought, like, we were taking this parody literally, where we were like, oh, Bad Fur Day ends, and then there's some sort of nuclear holocaust in the Panther Kingdom in Willow Woods, and like 4 years pass, and it's like some sort of like Terminator hellscape. It's like, no, they're lying to you with the trailer. I trusted them to tell me the truth in the Rare trailer. So that's on them. It's not on me. The next day was Tuesday, May 11th, where E3 officially opened, and so did the remaining floodgates for news. The day started with some high-res for 2004, screenshots of Conquer Live and Reloaded appearing online. And I think this would be a good point where we could just discuss a little bit. Obviously, we'll be talking about Live and Reloaded next year on the Kongversation for its actual 20th anniversary, but I would like to talk a little bit about the general look of Live and Reloaded and our thoughts on it 19 years later, 20 years after we first saw it in this context. What do you think about Live and Reloaded and how it looks, both like back then and today?
Well, I'll tell you what my initial impression was at the time, because I remember like it in the moment, which was, holy shit, we've reached the point where Rare can just make a game that looks like the promotional renders.
Yeah, that was a common thing, I think, that was bandied about. I remember we were all saying it. Everyone was saying it back then. Everybody's saying, and it's not necessarily 1-to-1, but it's getting pretty close where it's almost indistinguishable. And
on a 240p screen, you're not gonna be able to tell.
Again, yeah,
well.
it's the difference between looking at it on our modern monitors versus back then. I do think like the fur and grass are a little bit overdone in Live and Reloaded.
Yeah, I have like minor nitpicks with Live and Reloaded's art, some of Live and Reloaded's art direction choices, mostly because I have Bad Fur Day with as a reference. In general, I think I could sum it up as I feel like it kind of loses the thread a little bit in terms of Conker starting off as like an extra twisted Looney Tunes cartoon.
Exactly. Yeah. So at the
said, like, divorced from that, very pretty.
Yeah, at the time, it had been almost 2 years since Star Fox Adventures came out. So that was our most recent comparison point, because Ghoulies had the very stylized art style, didn't have furry characters, so it really wasn't anything, like, seen as part of that evolution.
At the time, Ghoulies felt like an outlier.
Yeah.
For Rare.
So, like, when we were thinking, like, Rare, we're thinking furry shenanigans, what they were able to do on the Super Nintendo with the Donkey Kong Country games, and then connecting that to Star Fox Adventures with how that game looked, how Fox and Crystal and everyone just looked so vibrant and realistic at that time, and then you take this and you, like, make it even more vibrant and even more furry, and just, like, it does lose the thread of being a twisted cartoon, but for a Rare animal game, it just looked amazing, especially, like, coming out of Star Fox Adventures, and I still looks impressive today. Like, I still think it looks like a very pretty game. It's just...
I think a very core component of why I still think it looks pretty good today, like, one of the only telltale signs it's as old as it is that it's in 4:3.
Yeah.
It has a very, like, vibrant color palette, and I feel like that was something Rare... That was a pitfall I feel like Rare pretty well avoided through their entire, like, journey from the Xbox to the Xbox, but with Sea of Thieves. I feel like they avoided the tendency to dip into, well, realistic, therefore muted colors.
Right.
Bad Fur Day, Star Fox Adventures, even Perfect Dark Zero, for the quibbles I have with how it looks sometimes, very vibrant, colorful games.
Yeah. Like, I think maybe the actual multiplayer campaigns are a little bit more muted than the actual retelling of Bad Fur Day. But
for sure.
Overall, like, the game, I think, visually holds up, as do most of Rare's games, like, from this era onward. Like, they like, art direction, and the way they're able to utilize the hardware, like, it's just very well thought out, you know? So yeah, I still think it looks really pretty, and looking back at these screenshots now, it just takes me back to just how wowed we were with Conker, Xbox's future mascot. So at this point, I do want to point out that
they might be in need of a spokesman. They can return his calls.
Yeah, I think Conker would probably do as good of a job as anyone these days. At this point, though, I want to point out that Rare did have another DKU console title at E3 2004, although it would be pushed to the Xbox 360 ultimately, and also we wouldn't classify it as DKU until the year 2022. Cameo, Elements of Power, was also shown off at this E3. And, you know, it's astounding, really, that we didn't see fit to cover Cameo at all during this E3. Like, we don't know if Everwild will be DKU or not, but we're still going to cover it. We're still going to talk about it, assuming, you know, we ever get more news on Everwild. But, like, Cameo was this fully realized Rare game that was shown off at E3. And we were just like, yeah, whatever. It's not DKU. And I'm just like, what? That just seems so alien to me now. And yeah, apologies for the lack of then contemporary Cameo articles. I have no anecdotes from that era to discuss because we just completely ignored it. And
it really shows just how spoiled for choice we were back at this point in time and did not know it.
yeah,
Where
it's
like
true.
now you are lucky if you see one rare game at E3, and you're much luckier if it's not Sea of Thieves.
Right. Yeah. So I still think our coverage of it would have been more sparse considering how we were all just gaga for Conquer, you know? But I just think that, like, going forward, like, having a rare game at E3, in the post-Connect Sports era, at least, to just think, like, we would ignore it because they weren't, or we didn't realize how it was related to Diddy Kong Racing is just laughable. And of course, eventually we realized, oh yeah, Banjo's voice is heard in Cameo. It's DKU. But we weren't even thinking in those terms. We were like, well, I'm looking at it and I'm seeing it and I'm not seeing any DKU characters in the trailer, ergo, it's not DKU. I mean, this was just months after Royston showed up in Grab by the Ghoulies, but we still weren't thinking, oh, maybe they'll stick another character in a cameo in here. It's cameo. A cameo and a cameo. So yeah, just weird. The trailer, because I rewatched both trailers for this. I didn't watch the press conferences, but I did pull up the trailers on YouTube. And boy, the one surviving version of this trailer is in poor quality. It's just like, it's barely hanging together. But the trailer shown would actually almost mirror the Star Fox trailer at Nintendo's conference on Tuesday, because they both start with a caption that describes it was a peaceful time. This one, it shows Cameo running through the grass and it just says peaceful times. And then of course it gets dark with, you know, the actual like menace of the game kicking in. And then, you know, you see various characters and it looks good. I mean, it looks good on the Xbox, but I'm just thinking like nowadays we would be all over every second of every trailer that Rare or Playtonic releases. I mean, we would be looking for DKU connections, but we would also just be soaking it in. And it's just amazing how different it was 11 years after this when Sea of Thieves was announced and we just all shrugged and said, yeah, it'll be DKU. Don't need to worry. And, you know, maybe it was the fairy tale fantasy setting of Cameo. Maybe it didn't grab any of us at the time, which is a shame. It's a vibe I'm a lot more into nowadays, but I definitely like eschewed it. I kept at arm's length from it in my childhood and therefore in my man-childhood, my 20s, where it was like a rejection of what I felt was forced upon me as a kid. I was like, well, I don't like fairy tales because I like my own fiction. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't feed this kitty crap to me. I don't like fantasy worlds. I don't like dragons. I don't like fairies. I don't like any of this. Nowadays,
putting a bunch of cranky Star Fox characters in a Zelda game to get me to play a Zelda game.
Yeah, exactly. Nowadays, like I'm a budding Tolkien nerd. I love fantasy. So anyway, this is my promise that DK Vine will gradually incorporate Cameo a little bit more into what we discuss in the future. Haven't really fully baked it into our recipe yet, but it is DKU. We recognize it as such, and we will give it the coverage it should have gotten at E3 2004 down the road. Definitely by the time of its actual 20th anniversary. But
oh
yeah.
Wow, we've got several iterations to cover then.
Right. So, yeah, the Nintendo DS. Cam, that was unveiled at Nintendo's press conference. And that, I guess, was the big news. Well, that and Reggie Fils-Aimé as a public-facing fixture of Nintendo of America. So let's talk a little bit about Reggie. He had joined Nintendo as Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing. And E3 2004 was his introduction to the Nintendo fandom at large. And his bombastic showmanship, infamously, he came out and said, "My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games." It was a marked contrast from Nintendo's stoic, buttoned-up presentation at E3 in years past. Graphs and what have you. And in all honesty, we should have loved it. It should have been right up our alley, because it was kind of harkening back a little bit to that edgy, play it loud ethos that we championed, where Nintendo directly took the fight to Sega, stopped being a punching bag and said, "You know what, we have attitude too. Fuck you, play it loud, here's Donkey Kong Country." So Reggie coming out and saying ass should have been like, yeah, he said a dirty word. Nintendo isn't just for kids anymore. What's wild, though, is I was going back through our coverage. We made no reference to Reggie by name in any contemporary article that week. The first time he's brought up on DK Vine is May 15th, where I made a joke about the dad from Family Matters. And I mean, a very lame joke. And I said they were related because Reggie is short for Reginald. That was it. That was the joke. Family Matter. Remember Family Matters? He's referred to in one of our articles on the conference as their spokesman. And that's it. Like the complete seismic shift of Reggie debuting was completely lost on us. That's how far in our own hermetically sealed bubble we were. And, say what you will about Reggie these days. I realize he said some things recently that have not endeared him to some, but he was a ubiquitous part of Nintendo's identity for well over a decade. And we just completely ignored his introduction.
I feel like, as I said, these presentations feel like a transitionary period for everybody kind of figuring out how to handle presentations as they become more public. I feel like this is Nintendo beginning to find what would become their modern voice.
Yeah.
And also, I feel like the start of the gradual realization that they no longer needed to do these presentations in person as part of that identity.
Right.
Because you do sort of see this. I especially noticed the shift watching through the presentation where Reggie himself has a lot of presence. He everything he says feels very rehearsed, very knowing how to play to the audience. And a lot of the times when he will yield the floor to someone else, there's the trappings that come with a live show. There's a bit of stumbling over your words. There's looking at the floor. And I feel like that's kind of the start of Nintendo hitting on we could just pre-record a presentation, get the message out the way we want to get the message out, and our audience and the media that follows us will seek it out on our terms.
Yeah. It would take them 9 years to hit upon that for E3. But, I mean, slow evolution is still evolution. So, yeah, I don't know, I think for me, because we are so oblivious to this is Reggie and he's going to be part of every presentation that Nintendo does.
He's going to increasingly become a meme more and more with every presentation they do up until his retirement.
Yes. It was lost on us. And of course, I think the way they presented him was catnip for the Nintendo loyalist crowd. You know, because I do feel like there's always a chip on their shoulder of we're the also-rans, we're the like kid brand, we're like
especially in this presentation, you get that vibe. There's kind of like it almost feels like directly looking at the camera and saying like, hey, we know we need to win you back.
Right. Yeah. And so like I could see how we would roll our eyes at that, being so cynical and suspicious of Nintendo. Like, all right, I know what you're up to. You're not talking down to me. Show me some graphs again. But I realize I'm ragging on me and the staff from 20 years ago for our blind spots. But you know, again, in our defense, YouTube wasn't yet a thing. And the ability to sit down on your computer and watch these and really absorb them, it was still wonky and unreliable. The tradition wasn't quite there yet. So you were relying on a lot of reports from those in attendance, those with high-speed connections.
By the time the Game of Telephone reached me, all I got to take from Reggie showing up was the Nintendo guy said ass.
Yeah. And again, when I said it was catnip for Nintendo loyalist, that is why, because he, like, it's just, like, tiptoeing up to being edgy without really being edgy. And so it is, and like, just Play Aloud was exactly that as well. It means nothing. It's hollow marketing, but you think, oh wow, they're growing up. Hell yeah. It's cool to be a Nintendo kid now. And this was just another generation's version of that. And that's fine. You know, I realize that now, but as this factionalized, radicalized weirdo on a Donkey Kong website based off of Mario Kart 64 and the Virtual Boy, I was just like, you know, marking the line in the sand and saying like, no, stop changing, Nintendo. I liked you how you were 9 years ago. Anyway, yeah.
I guess I did take a few additional notes when I was watching the presentation, just that I thought would be kind of fun.
Please share it, because I have never seen this. I've only heard about it, so I would love your insight.
So in part of Reggie like talking up Nintendo as a company and why people seek out the GameCube as their choice of platform, mentioned what people look for from Nintendo and said, and I quote, "They want familiarity, they want names and characters from past generations that they're comfortable with." As he says this, a montage of characters appears on the screen behind him. And, like, a few appear at first and more slowly trickle in. Diddy is there from second one.
Really?
Yep.
And DK Vine just completely missed that.
Yep.
Yeah, which will play into a little bit more what we talk about in just a bit. But yeah.
Also, just some fun things. When they unveiled the DS, they had a bunch of pre-recorded like interviews with major figures in the industry and like representatives of publishers come on screen and talk up the potential of the DS, and I just kind of went through a mental checklist of everyone, like, oh, that company's defunct. That company was swallowed by Activision. That guy doesn't work there anymore. That guy's in jail.
At least Jenny McCarthy didn't show up.
And the final note I have here is, at the end of that presentation, they don't yet unveil the Wii, or rather, the Revolution as it was named at that time, but they do talk they do bring Iwata out to talk about it, late great Iwata.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought it was very funny how ominous this, and kind of funny this line he says is in hindsight. Because they're not ready to reveal any information about what the Wii is going to be. I suppose I could give you a list of our technical specs. I believe you'd like that, but I won't for a simple reason. They really don't matter.
I mean, it's true. Wasn't wrong.
He's giving away the entire game of what they're about to do.
Yeah.
And he's also completely correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Which that would have sat like that. I could just tell the five of us on staff would have hated that line. Because what do you mean technical specs don't matter? Do you even make video games, Nintendo? All right, well, the DS was confirmed to have a Mario Kart game in the works. Now, we assumed Donkey Kong would be in it, and we also smugly assumed Diddy would be in it as well, since Diddy was in Double Dash. So how could Diddy not be in this? Now, what's interesting is the actual provided image, which ran in all the trades that day, of the DS has a screenshot of, I guess they're racing on Yoshi Circuit from Double Dash. And I can plainly see Donkey Kong behind Mario in his standard cart. But to be fair, when you don't know how ghastly Donkey Kong will look in this game, it's hard to actually discern that that's him in this very blurry, low-res, tiny image of a Nintendo DS. It's just a blob in a yellow card at this resolution. So we weren't quite sure that it was Donkey Kong. But in hindsight, we can say, yeah, there's Donkey Kong right there.
And I think we all just assumed because he was in Double Dash, Diddy would be in the game. And I vividly remember this period leading up to the game's release where we'd be combing through blurry screenshots and video footage, like on Diddy Watch, basically.
Yeah.
Looking for, oh, that red thing might be Diddy's hat. Then no, it was not.
Yeah, I should also clarify, like, because you said like Diddy was one of the first characters who appeared behind Reggie, and we hadn't yet reached the Nintendo is going to erase Diddy Kong from existence state of our buyout era panic yet. That would not come until early 2005, which we'll get into. But at this point, we were like, no, Diddy's sticking around, obviously. So we had a little bit of a different mentality than we are most commonly associated with for this era, for this run of DK Vine and this sort of window in our fandom. At this point, Diddy's future was not in doubt. That doubt would be fostered in just a little under a year. So, before we get into that, though, let's talk about Star Fox, the future Star Fox Assault, which was confirmed at Nintendo's press conference, although it just had the working title of Star Fox there, which would be a common thing you would see throughout the years, where they would just give a working name that would just be the name of the series, Star Fox. Sure, why not? But I think we still called it Star Fox 2 at DK Vine for a while, just for a lack of a better term. The trailer, which I don't know why, because Star Fox 2 is not any more identifying than just Star Fox.
There had been 3 released Star Fox games at this point.
Yeah. And there was a Star Fox 2 in existence, just like there was a Star Fox in existence. So calling it Star Fox 2 would be just as confusing. Although, again, Star Fox 2 wasn't commercially available yet. So anyway, the trailer like immediately it was almost made to calm down the 12 people who love Star Fox Adventures, because it immediately picks up on Dinosaur Planet and was just basically outright confirmed as a direct sequel from the start. You have this caption, "A Planet at Peace," and you see Fox and Crystal riding an Earthwalker that was Chad correctly suggested that it might be an older Tricky. Right on the money. But then we get clips of the game. There's Crystal prominently on display as part of the Star Fox team. And it's just funny to me, looking back at our coverage, how quickly the tone changed towards Star Fox Assault. Because once we got these details, once we saw this trailer, all of a sudden, all that snark, all that cynicism just kind of faded into the background and melted away. Like, I think also what helped, again, like the visual scene, it didn't look as bad as we feared. Seeing that it was like incorporating so many rare elements, but also just seeing that there were on-foot sections and it didn't just revert the gameplay back to Star Fox 64. I think it just made this sudden rush of optimism about something that wasn't made by Rare for once during this E3. And that trend would slowly take root a little bit more as the show would continue, at least in a couple of us on staff. My heart would grow 3 sizes that E3. But yeah, Star Fox Assault is still an anomaly to me. I can't believe it exists in retrospect. I can't believe that there was a Star Fox game after Star Fox Adventures that directly continued on from Star Fox Adventures.
Right.
And is also really, really fun to play.
With the more distance we get from it, I am just so awestruck that we got a Star Fox game that was so directly following up on Adventures and also integrating the Rare's vision of the series back into the wider series, along with choices Namco was making and like Nintendo were making along with the series. And I'm actually kind of glad I did not see this trailer when it premiered and was at the mercy of what outlets chose to report on, because I greatly enjoyed having Tricky be a complete surprise to me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the return to Dinosaur Planet, unfortunately it was spoiled for me, like, because of DK Vine, but it's a highlight of the game, especially if you love Star Fox Adventures, especially if you love Tricky, and just the whole game in general. It's my favorite traditional Star Fox game, even though it isn't fully traditional. It's still like
traditional in as much as Star Fox has ever had any traditions.
Right. I adore it. I will defend it, and it's just fun to see, like, this is when the mood started to shift for the game, and now it's a tale of two Namcos, because on one hand you had Donkey Konga at this E3, and then you had Star Fox 2, which we would actually really embrace and love and feel like it was a worthy continuation of Rare's legacy that they started on Star Fox. So yeah, it all of a sudden, like, Star Fox was back in contention. We just thought it was just a dead branch of the DKU, and then all of a sudden it's just like, wait, no, there's a future to Crystal and Tricky, and not as much as we were hoping for, but we eked out a little bit of life out of that.
Just Saria sticking around as a location, and like, as I alluded to earlier, I was just shocked to see, like, there are creative choices that differ from what Rare did with Adventures, but I was just shocked to see the series didn't immediately pivot away from realism after Adventures.
Yeah. I think what Assault does well is that it does incorporate Rare's story and their own introductions to Star Fox into the wider Star Fox mythology, as you said. And it does it deftly. It does it in a way that feels earned and doesn't feel forced. And it also does its own carrying forward of the story, of the character's evolution, of the timeline. Like, it does a lot with Starwolf to, like, really make them interesting and nuanced. And
part of the appeal for Star Fox for me as a series that, like Donkey Kong, basically couch surfs between developers, is that it, as a result, kind of picked up this pass-a-story vibe along the way.
Right.
Of each individual collective helming it, putting their own spin on things. And Assault really is kind of that very fascinating mix of seamlessly welding together the two games that came before it and also putting its own very distinct stamp on things that would be carried forward in Command.
Yeah. And Assault didn't break everything at the end to where it would be hard to pick up from. Which, you know, I will defend Command in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But I think...
without turning this into an episode of Star Fox Command, I will just say people ain't trying hard enough to pick up those pieces.
Exact. But I'm saying, like, you have to want it, right?
You do have to want it, yes.
We both want it. Unfortunately, so many people out there would just rather ignore it.
I'm messy and live for drama.
Yeah. And as you said, Cameron, so deftly, so memorably, those people are cowards. So, moving on from Star Fox, because you and I could just sit here all night and just start talking about Star Fox, and because that's that's our, like, Venn diagram.
Yeah, speaking of things I could talk about all night, look at what's next on our docket.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, the Hyle-Cameron Venn diagram has Star Fox right in the middle. Also has the next game. So Nintendo's press conference, King of Swing, was shown off, I think briefly. Again, not having seen it, I don't know.
So I was genuinely surprised because King of Swing got such scant coverage that I remembered, again, being at the mercy of magazines and whatever websites I knew to actually look for this stuff on. King of Swing was such a footnote. I just assumed, like, oh, it probably wasn't in the presentation. It probably just had the show floor demo and was in a montage on the show floor, like, as a sizzle reel. It's in the press conference. Granted,
Really?
It's in there as part of a wider montage of Game Boy Advance and GameCube titles.
Uh-huh.
But, like, it's right there in the company of Donkey Kong Country 2 GBA, Minish Cap, Advance Tour, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, it got a bit of the spotlight. And I would not have known that. And because as much as I have become a absolute lover of King of Swing, absolute defender, embracer, whatever positive, like, way to frame my relationship with King of Swing you want to phrase it, it was off my radar when they were promoting it around this time. Because I think all I really got for the context of it was, like, one screenshot of Donkey Kong climbing some pegs, and I just don't think King of Swing is a game that really can effectively communicate what it's about in one still frame.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of news outlets, it's a Donkey Kong side game, at a time when Donkey Kong was not at its cultural height. wasn't really the zeitgeist of the Nintendo brand. So I know like a lot of outlets probably gave it the short shrift a little bit, but DK Vine, this is what DK Vine said, according to seeing King of Swing at the press conference and seeing that it was a peg swinging title that we all know and love today. Well, suffice to say that this is not the rare game we hoped it might be, because that was a possibility raised that maybe this was an original Donkey Kong game made by Rare. From what I saw in the 3 to 4 second video clip in Nintendo's press conference, the game looks like, we guessed it, a glorified minigame. Off the mark there. So we'll come back to King of Swing and the mood shift for King of Swing. The sort of crowning moment, if you will, that Star Fox got. But I should also just briefly point out that it wasn't like really shown off at E3, but Mario Party 6 was invoked by Reggie. At some point said that fans could expect another entry, the next entry in the Mario Party series. And like, I don't have a lot to say about Mario Party 6 vis-a-vis E3 2004. I do realize it's one of the more popular Mario Party entries, despite it being from the Donkey Kong is an NPC era of Mario Party, which I loathe, but you know, fair play. Like, we're all going to have our favorites. We're all going to have those ones that we have a lot of nostalgic memories for. The ones that did things a little bit better than the previous installments.
Honestly, when I think of how Nintendo would handle future press conferences specifically with the Wii and Wii U, it seems like it would have been totally in their wheelhouse to like show Mario Party 6's microphone off in this presentation.
Yeah.
And at no point do they.
You would have had people coming up on stage, you know, blowing in the mic.
The vitality sensor got the stage.
Yeah.
Mario Party 6 microphone, no.
No, but what was brought up was invoked. So anyway, after the event, after the press conference, the plot synopsis for Star Fox, no numerical number, went up on Nintendo's Media Hub. Cameron, I know I run the risk of us just talking about Star Fox for another hour, but would you like to read this plot synopsis for what would become Star Fox Assault?
Happily. Several years after disaster was narrowly averted on Dinosaur Planet, Lylat Central Command detects a new threat spreading throughout the galaxy. The Star Fox team is sent in to eradicate this growing menace, but what begins as a standard combat mission quickly takes a dramatic turn. Legendary team members Fox McCloud, Slippy Toad, Peppy Hare, and Falco Lombardi join forces to form the most formidable team in the history of this celebrated series, the Star Fox Armada.
All right, well, one Star Fox Armada, still be a great title for...
It would be a great title, maybe not a great title where Star Fox still has 4 to 5 ships.
Yes. So ordinarily, like completely excluding Crystal from that little blurb there, would have sent the hairs on our necks standing on end in 2004, but they gave us the DP, the Dinosaur Planet, and I think that just soothed us. Plus we knew Crystal was in it, so okay, yeah, I met her name, but we're okay. We know it's okay. We know you're on our wavelength. It's fine. We also got an infamous render of Crystal that was uploaded to Nintendo's Media Hub, and just to show you, it's 2004. It's Crystal posing very provocatively with a big gun. And
they're definitely following in the footsteps of Adventures with its official artwork.
Oh yeah, like if I had like had all knowledge of the post 2002 history of Star Fox and Rare, like, stripped from my mind, and you would show me this, I would think Kev Bayless did it. But, like, it looks of the same mind.
Yeah.
We'll call it.
That, and I think of, like, any character design, like, the whole team is kind of changed up between Adventures and Assault. Crystal, I think, stays the course the most.
Yes. And, but it was kind of cool to see, like, this very quintessentially Rare design get worked in, like, and kind of altered a little bit, like, with their clothing. And it's the same way it was, like, so surreal seeing Diddy show up in Toadstool Tour, right? It's like, whoa, like, I'm seeing this render of Diddy not made by Rare. It's gonna take some time to process this. But yeah, it was exciting. Anyway, as the afternoon became evening, we got more details on King of Swing. And this is where the tide began to turn in the game's favor, among DK Vine staff at least, and I think our forum. Well, at least me and Clobber. Clobber was the one to do the next article on it, and I think was the first to say, actually, guys, I think King of Swing might be good. I think there might be some merit here. Don't yell at me, please. Which was a relief, because I was feeling the same thing, and I didn't know how to break the ice. Because the entirety of the DK Vine staff did come around on King of Swing. And we obviously all became stalwart defenders of Payon, developers of King of Swing, a tradition that's continued proudly to this day. But it took a while to get over this weird hostility towards a non-Rare Donkey Kong game. And what did it, though, and I'll let Clobber speak to it. Clobber said, first off, take a look at some brand new media for the game. We called everything media back then, Cameron. Screenshots, renders, it's media. It's not media, all right. It's certainly not the kind of game we were hoping for, but it is a new DK game, and it does seem to feature some old faces. So we'll just have to see whether or not this GBA title turns out to be a bloody good time, or just another bad idea that should have been left for the next Mario Party. Clobber still had to get in. A little jab. Mario Party there. You gotta have, like, at least 10% cynicism in any DK Vine article. So Nintendo also uploaded this game's story to their media hub. I'll read this one. The normally quiet jungle is abuzz with excitement today, because it's time for the ceremony to choose the king of the jungle. Or at least it would be if King K. Rool, trademark, hadn't stolen the special medallion meant for the winner. Donkey Kong and his friends must swing their way through the jungle to get the medallion back and, along the way, rescue Diddy Kong, registered trademark, Dixie Kong, trademark, and Funky Kong, trademark, from King K. Rool's minions. So, like, just a year later, this would have sent us over the moon. King K. Rool, Diddy. What really got Clobber going, to kind of show you the time period this was in. Clobber said, so it seems like K. Rool is up to his old tricks again, and wait, Dixie Kong? Because Dixie Kong had not been in a new game since 1997. It had been 7 years since Dixie Kong had been in anything. We knew she was going to be in Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Game Boy Advance, mind you. But to have Dixie Kong appearing in this new Donkey Kong game was a huge, huge win for us. At a time when we questioned whether we'd ever see Dixie again.
Yeah, because this is still like pretty fresh off of DK64 kind of dealing Dixie's profile a major setback.
And yeah, like Dixie would at least be earmarked for Diddy Kong Pilot, of course. But once the rare buyout happened, we were just questioning whether we'd see Dixie again. Like Diddy, we felt pretty secure for a while that Diddy would be around, but Dixie, we were just like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, she's in this. She's in Donkey Konga 2. Dixie started appearing in things, and this is really what broke that ice.
That said, wonder just how privy the person writing these blurbs for Nintendo's Media Hub was to what was happening in the game, or if maybe something changed along the way, but kind of overselling the role of Dixie and Funky in this.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, but I think this is what we needed to hear to get us on board with the game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And yeah, there is no rescuing of any Kongs in King of Swing. They're there on the sidelines, except for Diddy, who you can do a second adventure with.
Yeah, I mean, this is Donkey Kong's journey to become the Jungle Jam winner, of course. But what also jumped out to us in screenshots that maybe didn't register before, how many classic baddies were in this? Just in the screenshots we saw, there were zingers, which, okay, zingers are, at this point, fairly ubiquitous. Like, they were in Donkey Kong 64. Like, okay, zingers, sure. But neeks, click-clacks, and flitters were all seen. Donkey Kong Country 2 baddies. And they were just abundant in King of Swing. And that really started making us think, holy hell, this might be all right. And this is also like before it really felt like they were trying to push out the rare characters, or that feeling that they were, that took root at various times in our fandom, be it Jungle Beats, be it the retro era. You know, this is a time when, like, Ellie had just shown up in Donkey Kong. Like, we knew Ellie was going to be in Donkey Konga, or was in Donkey Konga. It was already out in Japan. So, like, I don't think we were really registering what this would mean, necessarily. But some things were getting through, like Dixie Kong be appearing in a new game after 7 years. And DKC 2 baddies that hadn't been seen since Donkey Kong Land 2.
And this was the sort of stuff that eventually made its way through the grapevine to me and got the game on my radar, finally. Yeah. Because, again, going back to there being pretty massive gaps in release dates at this point, King of Swing, it launched in Europe first in February. It didn't reach the US until September.
That's ridiculous. Like, what?
So, of 2005, in that time, you know, I'm just going to say it, ROMs are a thing. People were putting this game online and digging through the parts of it and, like, digging through the assets, putting the sprites online, and kind of latching on to this very cool, like, novel graphical style for Donkey Kong. And I had seen all this, and it kind of slowly put all the pieces together in my brain of, oh, this is a really novel, cool way of looking at Donkey Kong, and holy shit, are those DKC2 enemies?
Yeah. Yeah. And we didn't realize it at the time, because we didn't really see the artwork of the extended cast. Like, at this point, like, I know she's in our episode artwork that you can see on YouTube and SoundCloud, but we didn't know Wrinkly Kong was going to be in this. That was a huge revelation. But, like, this was the game that sort of standardized the Kong cast and the way they would appear in the post-Rare era. Like, this is the game to redesign Dixie, to permanently put Funky in a play on his DKC3 mechanic garb. Like, this is the game that got everything rolling there, or at least was the first to introduce these looks. Because until this point, like, Donkey Konga was using, like, Rare era. I think Donkey Konga 2 even was using Rare era design. So Dixie still appears with her, like, knee pads in Donkey Konga 2. 1 point in Donkey Konga 2's favor, but that's all I'm willing to give it.
Yeah, even just things like it would set the stage for like what these characters would look like from now on, but also just reinforce things that were already there as like things that were going to be standard for the Donkey Kong brand, at least for a little while. But like you mentioned Wrinkly, the big thing for me was, yeah, this game establishes Wrinkly is going to be staying around and she's still going to be dead.
Right, yeah, that was huge.
That felt like a big deal.
It was, it was so reassuring to see Crystal and the acknowledgement of Dinosaur Planet in the Star Fox press materials.
Like, not only do we respect what Rare contributed to the series, we paid attention.
Yeah, and of course, like, Payon would become legendary in our fandom for being one of the only developers who seemed to revel in using characters from the Donkey Kong series and not just saying, well, we'll just come up with our own. Like appreciating that Donkey Kong has an existing fan base.
It became a meme in our community for years, just the phrase Payon spy.
Yeah, like they thought...
Because they just seemed so laser targeted to appeal to our specific demographic that it felt like they had someone on the forum lurking, reading all of our comments.
Which is why, like, the initial frosty reception to this is so weird to see. And so weird to remember, because it's like King of Swing would become, like, kind of a bedrock of the buyout era for us, something for us to hold on to when we started doubting Nintendo and the future direction of Donkey Kong and ourselves. And it just, no, we had Payon, we had King of Swing, we would have Jungle Climber, and, you know, but yeah, just King of Swing is unique in its art style, and I still really find it charming. Just, they like, uploaded 2 images, or a couple images, but of Donkey and Diddy specifically. Donkey Kong hanging onto a peg, and I can't see this image now without thinking about the tattoo somebody got of Donkey Kong hanging onto their nipple. I can't see this artwork of Donkey Kong now without thinking about that tattoo. I mean, it's all-time legendary tattoo, but it permanently ruined this image for me. And then the Diddy Kong one where he's hanging on the wheel, what do you call it?
You're
valve?
Making me blank on it now.
Yeah,
like a valve.
Yeah. It's so cute. It's so charming. It's just such a great depiction of Diddy. And yeah, I wish we could have gotten more in this art style. Like, I understand why they went in a different direction with Jungle Climber. Like, maybe make it more visually appealing, make it look more like the Donkey Kong Country games. I get it, and I still really like Jungle Climber, but there's just something so refreshing about this art style for Donkey Kong.
For sure, and it's a big part of why, even though Jungle Climber does expand a lot more on some of the concepts in King of Swing, I just have way more affinity for the first game largely because of its strong sense of identity.
Then again, Xananap sort of helps make up for it in my mind. Xananap is just an old-timer in my book.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, also on Nintendo's Media Hub, the story given for Jungle Beat, on the other hand, you know, Star Fox, King of Swing, we were like, all right, things are looking up. Then the story was uploaded for Jungle Beat. Did not elicit the same amount of goodwill, I have to say. Cameron, I want you to read this.
Okay. Story. Donkey Kong has to brave the dangers of the jungle to rescue his simian pals. Characters. Donkey Kong, Other apes.
If that wasn't a red flag, I don't know what was.
That lack of enthusiasm is just in the text.
Donkey Kong, other apes. And before you say monkeys are not apes, what are you talking about? Because I assume they're referring to like his simian pals being the capuchins that we're seeing in Jungle Beat, also known as party monkeys or helper monkeys. Well, at this stage, they did not exist because this is an early build of Jungle Beat, and they didn't quite have the specifics of the other characters fleshed out. So this is also the origin point for the oft-repeated Jungle Beat is a fever dream / Jungle Beat is a drug trip meme on our site of this era, because the screenshots they uploaded, Cameron, now granted, Jungle Beat is tonally a very bizarre Donkey Kong game in comparison to what came before. I know some Donkey Kong games got quite bizarre, what with banana birds and what have you, but the screenshots they picked, the one that always sticks out in my mind are the 3 rodents. I think, like, roughly translated into English, these baddies would be like scavers or something, but early versions of them all gnawing on Donkey Kong's head, while Donkey Kong is just dripping with perspiration, with sweat, while he has the most anguished, terrified expression on his face. These rats basically eating Donkey Kong alive, and Donkey Kong being in sheer panic over it. State we've never seen Donkey Kong in, even when he was getting, like, blunderbuss whipped by K. Rool.
Yeah, I'm noticing in this initial batch of screenshots, I feel like Jungle Beat also has a similar problem to what King of Swing encountered, where screenshots just are kind of poorly conveying the kind of game that it is.
Yes.
There's a lot of, like, things like very zoomed out views of DK, sort of like in Jungle Beat itself, that very zoomed out viewpoint is so you can see the totality of everything on screen that you can use to continue your combo.
Right.
In this context, it just makes it look like a very empty game where there's not a lot going on.
And that was one of the biggest complaints. Like, I think it was often compared to an ant farm. Like, you see the little ants going around, like, the dirt and like, the little tunnels they make.
Specifically, the way they chose to render the ground is, I think, like, lending that interpretation, because unlike Donkey Kong Country, unlike Rare's Donkey Kong Country games and retros after them, you're not seeing the ground with a sort of, like, perspective to it. It's like a cake slice of ground, kind of like a 2D Mario.
Yeah, yeah. And, of course, this was all to serve how the game played, which was incredibly fun and innovative and novel. But that's not anything we wanted to hear as the first, like, Donkey Kong platformer post-Rare. Like, so there's just a weird screenshot or weird of, like, for the time of not knowing any context, and honestly still weird in the game itself, of the Iguanodon chasing Donkey Kong and Hoofer, and you're like, what the hell is this? Is this a Kremling? It doesn't look like a Kremling. And it didn't help that the designs weren't fully there yet. Like Hoofer, who I really enjoy as a character, even though he's just an XP for Rambi, he's still got his own merits, but Hoofer just looks like a demon here. Like, Hoofer just doesn't even look like a real animal. He looks like just a hell beast that Donkey Kong grabbed onto.
It doesn't even look like the model is, like, completely displaying right. He's got, like, no eyes.
like there's this red glowing effect, but they're not, really eye sockets. It's just, I don't know, this hellfire that's emanating. And then you've got like Dread Kong was not yet realized as a character, so Donkey Kong is just fighting what looks like Shadow Donkey Kong. Just a Donkey Kong with gray fur and red eyes, which is kind of cool, but again, you're just like, what is this? Who is this? What is happening? And then the capuchins, as I mentioned, helper monkeys, party monkeys, however you want to define them, they were also not in the game yet. They were mini Donkey Kongs. They kind of look like a play on Donkey Kong Jr., but
I gotta say, even though these look more familiar, the capuchins are just a lot cuter.
they are. And once we saw the capuchins, I think we all said, I might not like what this game is doing, but the capuchins at the very least look like they could fit right in Rare's games. And so
I feel like it was kind of a prevailing sentiment that if Donkey Kong had like its equivalent of Toads, this would be it.
yeah, and it's kind of a shame that they weren't carried forward with anything. Like, well, nothing in Jungle Beat really was outside of new play control Jungle Beat and the occasional Smash Brothers tip of the hand. But yeah, like, it's just a weird way to introduce the game to us. And also when Shadow Donkey Kong, the proto Dread Kong, is punching Donkey Kong, beads of sweat just flying off Donkey Kong's face. Like, was this going to be like a bigger thing in Jungle Beat? Was just like, watch the perspiration just drip off of Donkey Kong. Like, I think
it is Stinky Ape Summer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Almost. I think it's to convey like whenever he's like afraid or like worried or whatever, like very anime style, but it just looks weird out of context. And like we'd also see these screenshots where there'd be two Donkey Kongs on screen. There would be the smaller Donkey Kong, and then there would be a larger Donkey Kong in the left-hand corner.
It all like adds up to what I think is like a tough sell for a fan base that is on the back foot and desperate for any semblance of familiarity.
Yes, which is why we gravitated towards King of Swing, and we're just feeling weird about Jungle Beat. I mean, it looked like a garish mess without any of the context, without any of us having our hands on the controls. And the screens looked like they were both empty and full of clutter at the same time. It was just the complete antithesis, presentation-wise, of the very Malesian design philosophy that made me fall in love with Donkey Kong and his world to begin with. So there was that, and then there was, of course, the conspicuous lack of any returning characters in these screenshots other than Donkey Kong was quietly disconcerting. I think we were hoping that, well, eventually we'll see Diddy, right? Like, eventually Diddy's got to show up, right? It's a Donkey Kong game. How you wouldn't? They wouldn't, right? No. They could. I mean, Diddy was in Toadstool Tour. He was in Double Dash. He's going to be in King of Swing.
He's a character from past generations that people were comfortable with.
One of the first that appears, yeah. Now, there was that worry. I will admit, at this time, I was still intrigued by Jungle Beat. Like, it wasn't the declaration of war yet that we would make it out to be. We wouldn't get to that point until the infamously mistranslated interview run by Insider.com. Ironically, the very site who took the photos breaking the game's existence to us. February 2005, they ran an interview from a Japanese magazine, mistranslated it, or just did a very shoddy job of translating it. It was picked up by IGN, and that was the interview where they said, we didn't feel like the past look of Donkey Kong was fresh enough for today's gamers.
Generous to call this a translation, as we would find out.
Yes. I mean, you know, it was translated into English. We give it that much. But Yeah, this was in reference to, like, why doesn't anything from past Donkey Kong games show up? It's not fresh enough for today's gamers. So we're kicking it to the curb.
It really feels like an editorial slant inserted into a translation.
Oh, for sure. I completely agree. I concur with that assessment. But we didn't know that in February 2005. And you could say, well, why didn't...
IGN ran it. It must be reputable.
And you could be like, well, why didn't you do the legwork, Mr. Donkey Kong journalist? Well, I wasn't a Donkey Kong journalist yet, really. I was this dumbass young adult hanging on to his childhood treehouse. And also, we didn't have access to the original, like, article. Also, we didn't know how to translate. Like, Jeremy Thorne hadn't entered our circle yet, so we couldn't just bring him in and say, Jeremy, what does this really say? So, this game erroneously fell on the wrong side of the DKU culture wars that were kind of cooking. It actually was the spark that really ignited it into a full-on inferno. Like, I think my true self, the optimistic glasses half full, spritish man that Jeff calls me, that I, like, purposely buried at the time under youthful angst and the peer collective cynicism that I was trying to adhere to. I think I was still yearning for some reason to enjoy this, to appreciate this game. And I remember studying each screenshot. I remember imagining, trying to figure out where it could possibly fit into in the rare archipelago. And then the mistranslated interview came out, and it was just, no, I pick a side, and I choose the side of Donkey Kong Country. And it wasn't until Donkey Kong Country Returns came out that I gave it a fair shot, and I ended up loving it. I was like, oh, shit. I remember being so disappointed that it was fun. I was like, oh, man, why couldn't it suck? Oh, this is the worst news. I like this. And then, of course, a couple years later, we would find out that it was just a bunch of bullshit, and that they never said that. They said they didn't include past characters because they were doing their own thing with Donkey Kong, and it was actually a matter of respect. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Like, you can put Diddy in it, but I get what they were going for. They were like, this is such a wild swing that we're doing.
Like, even if I don't agree, this is not malicious. This is clearly just...
Exactly.
They were trying to do right by Donkey Kong, and
so
just not necessarily going about it in a way I would have.
E3 2004, though, we were not quite there. It wouldn't be till February of the following year, when YouTube launched, that... YouTube had nothing to do with it, but it would be when we would just turn on this completely, and we would have this narrative form that Nintendo had it out for Diddy Kong, that Diddy Kong was endangered, and if Jungle Beat did well, it would send a message to Nintendo that they didn't need Diddy. The infamous debates on the DK Vine forum about whether or not Diddy would be in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, or if it would be a party monkey.
Or the nadir of... I think this is what ultimately led to the nadir of, like, people flat out saying, well, Donkey Kong might not be in the game.
To be fair, it took them a really long time to show off Donkey Kong and Brawl. Like,
it really did. I have to wonder if just did the fur, like, paneling on his model take a long time to get right? Because it paid off.
Yeah, but
they really kept you on your toes for a very long time.
Yeah. It's why Ultimate did it right. We're just like, every past character is here. That's all you need to know at first. And then, here's Ripley. Daisy's here. Echo. We're not going to introduce too many new characters, though. Don't get your hopes up. It's like, fine, you know what? This is cool. This is pretty cool. As much as I would love King K. Rool and Banjo-Kazooie, I'm not going to get my hopes up for them. And then just went from there. But yeah, in this moment of time, I was kind of privately intrigued by Jungle Beat, but still holding out hope that something familiar would show up. And of course, then the journey I had with this game was long and winding, and we would have our ups and downs, a lot more downs than ups, but eventually we would get to the ups. And now I'm cool with Jungle Beat. I appreciate it for what it is. Very fun game to play. Just put Diddy Kong in your game. Anyway, Mario Power Tennis, or Mario Tennis GCN, was at E3, but as there is no sign of Donkey or Diddy Kong, we barely gave it coverage. Now, I was still optimistic that both would appear, because I had no reason to not be optimistic about anything concerning Diddy's future at this point. And I got it pretty close in my article, because I said, while most of us here love the Mario Golf console titles, we weren't entirely fond of the N64's Mario Tennis. Unlike golf, tennis presents a very closed-in environment, but it's better for the environment than golf is, because golf courses are horrendous for the environment. But anyway, creating a static playing experience after continuous play. It looks like Camelot is trying to remedy this by having even better character courts than before, such as a Mario court right out of Super Mario Sunshine. Blah. That's what I said in parentheses. Blah. Because Super Mario Sunshine was the new Mario game, so I had to hate it. Where you have to use floods, as I said, to clean up the pollution. There's also a Luigi's Mansion-esque court with ghostly fun. Judging from Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, I bet we'll be seeing a Congo Jungle court that's more DKC-centric than the first two Mario Tennis games.
Right on the money with that one.
Yeah. Also of note, Mario's using his hammer from Donkey Kong as a tennis racket in some shots. Maybe each character has their own super racket. Here's hoping that Donkey Kong uses the bongo drums to serve the ball for no apparent reason. In the end, he would use the barrel cannon as an offensive power shot, and a boomerang banana as his defensive power shot. So, both a callback and kind of a call forward to Donkey Kong Adventure. But yeah, Tuesday ended with a slew of minor stories. The realization that Mario Pinball, which would become Mario Pinball Land, wasn't DKU. Because it looked more like a straight-laced Mario Cast adventure without any of the hangers-on that you would get in the Cameo games. Which I was relieved about at the time, but it's ironic looking back because pinball has been a genre that I've long wanted the DKU to cover. And we are now getting some sort of rare pinball on December 17th of this year. I haven't talked about this on a conversation yet, but At Games will be updating their Legends HD and Legends 4K home arcade and digital pinball machines with a rare themed update, which will include a rare pinball board. We don't know what it entails. We don't know what it'll look like, what, if any, characters will show up or be incorporated, what games will be referenced, but something to look forward to, something to watch out for. If I have to buy like $500 pinball machine, I'm not going to be happy about that. Watch this space. So, Planet GameCube also reported on the US track list for Donkey Konga. And amusingly, they misspelled the infamous Diddy's Ditties as Diddy's Ditsies. Like, oh, Diddy's so ditzy, you didn't know how to spell Diddy's Ditties.
Sure DK Vine didn't write this?
Meanwhile, as a gag, hilarious gag, DK Vine tried to get the Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff into the game. And we even launched a petition, one of our first of many funny petitions we would launch over the years. I'm not sure why we thought this was the height of humor, but the petition was included in the site's sidebar up until Donkey Konga came out in the Americas that September. Hey, remember the Fresh Prince and DJ Jazzy Jeff? Remember when Will Smith was a rapper and not an actor? Hilarious. I remember things. Let's reference them.
given the US track list for Donkey Konga is pretty widely agreed to be the worst one, maybe it could have used them.
Maybe it could have used some Donkey Kong songs other than a DK rap and the Donkey Konga theme. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's cheating when one of your two Donkey Kong songs is the theme of the game that it's in.
I have come around on Jungle Beat, and I embrace it wholeheartedly. Donkey Konga also exists. Wednesday, May 12th, and this is where the news starts to wind down. Because covering it from home, we're not able to squeeze the remaining DKU drops out of the LACC like we could in person. So news kind of tapers off at this point. We were still given a few little nuggets here or there. We got the official logo for Banjo-Pilot revealed, which was exciting for us at the time. And we made the connection that, oh, the Banjo-Pilot logo kind of looks like the Diddy Kong Pilot logo, except they replaced the pilot wings that bordered the Diddy Kong Pilot font with Reigle wings. That's kind of exciting. A little connection I forgot about. Hype for Banjo-Pilot was still pretty high at this point, and it wouldn't be deflated. I'm sorry, Freezer. It wouldn't be deflated until we learned later that year that the voxel build was dead. Or maybe it was later. Maybe it was 2004 we learned it. I forget the details there, but the voxel version was scrapped, and they reverted back to the last standing Diddy Kong Pilot build, the so-called 2003 build of Diddy Kong Pilot that has since leaked as a ROM. They reskinned it with Banjo-Kazooie elements, of course, and I still maintain, and you can like Banjo-Pilot for what it is. I do appreciate many things about it, but I still think scrapping the voxel version for no reason other than it wasn't supported with GBA multiplayer was one of the biggest blunders Rare ever made. Huge misfire.
I think it really robbed the game of a sense of unique identity instead of just kind of being, hey, what if Mario Kart had another axis?
Which makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, it was the problem Nintendo had with Diddy Kong Pilot, right? And they finally hit upon something with the voxel build, and it was just this amazing, just mind-bending piece of Rare's technical prowess and what they were capable of. And the official reason was, it just wasn't feasible. It just didn't hold up as a game, and it was kind of a fib because the only thing that didn't hold up was the link cable multiplayer, which, unless you were playing Pokemon, nobody used. I think Banjo-Pilot would be remembered today as this, really amazing piece of software that really pushed what the GBA was capable of. Alas, it was not meant to be. But at this time, ignorance was bliss, and we were still blissed out aplenty over Banjo-Pilot. Even though, I still appreciate aspects of Banjo-Pilot, but when I talk about the GBA 4, the 4 games published by THQ, aside from the Donkey Kong Country remakes that were published by Nintendo, I hold 3 of those games in high esteem, and then I talk about Banjo-Pilot, and I'm like, well, I liked that Clanker was there in Clanker's River. I liked that Jolly Roger was still a playable character. There are bits to like. I like the stop and swap joke in it.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that it's a game that we have both the voxel version it could have been, and also the Diddy Kong version it was before they had to hastily retool that into a Banjo-branded version when the voxel build was given a no-go.
Yeah, and Rare's handheld team of this era, they were just making winner after winner. And they almost did it with Banjo-Pilot, and I feel bad because it's not their fault that their hands kind of got tied and they just had to get the game out. And it was a solution. I'm glad we got it. I'm glad it's not just a canceled game that we didn't get.
Right.
I would rather have a pretty mediocre Banjo-Pilot than no Banjo-Pilot or Diddy Kong Pilot at all. So So you can see where the news just peters out here. Thursday, the last day of E3 proper, May 13th, we got a new screenshot of Donkey Kong Country 2 for the GBA, Kong College. Specifically Kong College in the Gangplank Galleon world. And you can see like the ocean and through the windows and the door, like a new added aspect of this game is like the scenery would change outside of Kong College. And I don't know, like the big takeaway here, because we didn't know Wrinkly Kong was in King's Swing yet. And so the big takeaway was, whoa, we're seeing Wrinkly Kong alive again. And Lee Loveday had confirmed a week prior to E3 in Scribes that DKC2 GBA was simply a remake, a retelling of the original game, which we reiterated in our preview. And it wasn't set in the now. It wasn't meant to be taken as like Diddy and Dixie Return to Crocodile Isle. But it was still worth seeing with our own eyes that, yeah, Wrinkly is alive here, considering the continuity debates that games like Donkey Kong Land 2, Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color, and then later Diddy Kong Racing DS would generate. You know, are they simply retellings of the original game, or are they in some way a soft sequel where just the same events happen? So it was just kind of like, okay, well, it's cool we get to see Wrinkly with flesh again, just this one time. And yeah, the contrast was made all the more special when we learned she was in King's Swing as a ghost. So where was It's Mr. Pants? Why was It's Mr. Pants not at E3 2004? The question all journalists were asking. Well, in the same interview that Ken Lobb gave with the site GameCube Advanced. Just love these site names, Cameron. GameCube Advanced.
That's two names that aren't future-proof, and you slammed them together.
To be fair, though, if you're GameCube Advanced, that does kind of future-proof it. Well, we're GameCube, but we advanced beyond that. We're Wii. We're the Wii U. We're the Switch. GameCube Advanced. But yeah, like, say what you will about how ridiculous we were at this era. At least we had a unique identity. You know, it didn't just blur together in all these like mishmash of like console names. Anyway, Ken Lobb gave an interview with GameCube Advanced for some reason. And because Ken Lobb was noted Microsoft employee Ken Lobb at this point. I mean, Ken Lobb got Rare's foot in the door. So this was the same interview where he revealed that Rare had DS dev kits. Well, he also let it slip that It's Mr. Pants had been completed for some time, but THQ did not want to publish it. Ken Lobb just said this. I was like, oh, should I be saying this? Is this knowledge that's supposed to be out there? Yeah, Ken Lobb said it to GameCube Advanced in 2004. So, of course, it would get a very limited, spotty release at the end of the year. And when I say limited, I mean, like, they made, like, 30 copies, and you could find them, like, in the Canadian border, I think. Enough that everybody who wants one eventually got one. Freezer, I think, was the most recent one to
yeah,
acquire.
I made a joke that copies of that game only existed secondhand.
yeah. We all had to like find it on eBay, like, and it just like, I mean, mine was sealed, and you know, this was back when you didn't have to worry that it wouldn't be like a legitimate cartridge, like it would. No, like these were real, but yeah, you had to get them. You couldn't just waltz into GameStop and be like, "It's Mr. Pants, please." It was hard enough getting Saberwolf a month later. Like, It's Mr. Pants was just, I'm using the internet. So, with that much in the way of games, the news didn't really let up even after E3 was over. Like, I was looking through our coverage beyond this, and we had plenty to talk about for quite some time, for better or for worse. This really was the most vibrant part of the buyout era, where it wasn't just defined by a single game we were putting all of our hopes into. Such as, like, Super Smash Bros. Brawl would become, like, the reason to visit DK Vine, the reason to, like, exist in this fandom for the longest time. Like, the ritual of going to Super Smash Bros. Dojo, in, like, the early AM hours in the Americas, waiting for Sakurai to update. And sort of, like, predicting the pattern of updates, knowing when he'd reveal a character, and just being like, come on, Diddy, come on, Diddy, come on, Diddy. Or, like, even later on with Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, it wasn't about a single game. There was a bevy, an assortment of titles covering every single existing corner of the DKU at the time. We've never seen anything like this since. And while I have fond memory of other times, moments, and events from this decade, from the aughts, I do think this was the high point of our fandom until E3 2010 brought us all back and reunited our community. Luckily, Cameron, our community is still united 14 years after 2010, because we have some calls to take. Oh boy, oh boy. If you would like to call the DK Vine hotline, dial us at 1-202-630-VINE. It's 8463. Leave a message. Try to keep it under 3 minutes, because you will get cut off. But we got 4 different callers this time. The first one is one of the Kongversation stalwarts, the 1-2 punch, where it's not a King of Swing move. It's where people reach the time limit and call back to finish their thoughts. So why don't we go ahead and play these first 2 calls back to back?
Hyle and Cameron, this is Traveler of the Stars here. Oh, I gotta take my shirt off. It's getting already hot where I live in Illinois here. Now, you 2 guys are just, geez, you're making it like a sauna in here. I gotta take off my shirt. The rare buyout. So, I'm as Hyle would call a DS and Wii baby. I grew up with Jungle Climber and Returns. Those are sort of the games I look to. So I don't really have any, like, reflection upon, I had nothing to personal experience the buyout. However, I do want to say, definitely listening to Conversation over the years, because I would primarily say I'm a Nintendo fan. Hyle, though, has definitely educated me, here's what really happened with, like, the buyout. No, Microsoft didn't swoop in and just steal Rare from under Nintendo's noses. Nintendo declined to purchase them for a variety of factors, one of which being the leadership change. I want to say 2 things. First of all, it is great that Activision didn't buy them. However, I feel like there's coping going on both sides of this argument, and I feel like only one side is really brought up, and so I'm going to be a little critical of Xbox here for a second. And I think it's just and fair. So the first cope, that maybe Nintendo fans did was like, oh, Rare was declining, this, that, and the other, talent was leaving, this, that, and the other. Hyle has gone on record, and I, trust Hyle on this, that, that wasn't necessarily the case. And, I think, again, that is a Nintendo cope from oh, Rare actually sucks, Donkey Kong Country sucks. You talked about the Hyle. But on the flip side, I'm going to try and be objective and impartial. It's kind of hard with the recent Xbox news. I think it is a massive cope to say, well, Nintendo would just sit on the Rare IPs. They wouldn't do anything with them. Probably for a time, but what all has Xbox done really with Rare IPs, like, since the buyout regardless? Nuts and bolts? Not hating on nuts and bolts. I'm just saying, like, Nintendo's audience would eat up those games. And, I don't want developers to just do, like be put in the minds. We talked about this before, like, you're forced to make a Banjo-Kazooie game. But, like, Banjo got into Smash, and, like, there's been no game. Granted, there's been no Donkey Kong game since the theme park, but we've already talked about why that is. Like, whereas, like, I don't know, I just feel like they're not making use of their IPs. I'm coming to the end of the call here, so I'll make a follow-up call really quickly. Hey, this is Luigi with the big sausage here. Okay, I'll make it really quick. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my point is, ordinarily, I think a great thing about Nintendo is that they don't acquire people. This definitely is a case where I feel like, it would have been great if they were acquired. Obviously, yes, like Sea of Thieves probably wouldn't have been made, but also obviously the Donkey Kong IP would have gone a different direction, but then, we wouldn't have gotten Diddy and Mario spin-offs. So then I don't like that, because I like the Mario spin-offs, and I'm like, oh, I like see those characters in there. I know you probably feel differently. I don't know. Personally, I would have liked if they had been acquired, but I know there's a variety of reasons that they weren't. I hope with Xbox going more third party, will probably still make consoles, but the team out of Microsoft, I believe that's what they want, to go more third party. It would be nice if, someone somewhere makes a Banjo game, puts that on a console. That'd be great if that happened, but I don't know. Yeah, I just think there is a little bit of cope on both sides. I don't know. Was that spot? I think I affirm yes, I think Nintendo would have been the right home. Nintendo, it gets perception of not using their IPs a bunch. They use their IPs a whole bunch. They just have a lot, so people are like, what about Kid Icarus? That's true. It's compared to other companies, they use way more IPs than people. I don't know. That's just my take. I'll see you guys later.
Well, thank you for the calls, Traveler of the Stars. And I think at our current moment in time, it's always morally appropriate to rag on Xbox. It's fine. You're not at fault for doing that. I can still really like my Xbox Series X and be wagging my finger at the company itself. It's fine. We're not just blind fans here. We actually we'll take a nuanced look at it. And I think you can be of two minds of the buyout, because here's the thing. You talk about coping, but if you ask me point blank would I have preferred Nintendo to buy Rare or Microsoft to buy Rare, 9 times out of 10 I would have picked Nintendo. I do try to look at the future that would have let us down, the timeline, and I try to look at where things could have gone wrong there, and a lot of things could have gone wrong there for sure. So it's not all just a bed of roses. What I do look at is Nintendo absolutely was not going to buy Rare, given their management changes and the change in company culture. There were prospective buyers. Activision was in a lead for the longest time. And I'm honestly glad that Xbox got Rare when they did, versus Activision buying them, and then Xbox still winding up with Rare, and then shuttering Rare with all of the recent studio closures they've done with their recent acquisitions. So it's just we could go down the what if timelines and branching paths. Ultimately, I'm just going to have to live in the world we live in and try to look at the good we did get and try to see the positives therein. Yes, I'm getting a little bit perturbed that we haven't had a new Banjo-Kazooie game. I think it's ridiculous. I think they're sitting on gold. I think the culture of Xbox is vastly different than it was when Conquer Live and Reloaded and Nuts and Bolts failed, or failed to garner much in the way of an audience. I think they might have missed the opportune window to release a Banjo-Kazooie game, although I still think it would do probably all right for itself, especially if it's not exclusive long-term on the Xbox platform. But I also really like Sea of Thieves, and I wouldn't want to live in a world without Sea of Thieves, and so you can be of two minds of things and weigh the positives and negatives.
Yeah, I cannot definitively say at this point that we are better off the way things are, or worse off the way things are, because the point of divergence is so far in the past at this point.
Yeah.
That what would be in current year the state of Rare, assuming Rare even existed at all, and its stable of franchises is an unknowable. I can't speak to where I think Rare and its franchises would be right now if Nintendo had taken that opportunity and purchased them outright back in the day. I will say that I see the sentiment come up a lot, and I think it's kind of a sentiment that's like not entirely aligned with reality of Microsoft should divest from Rare and give their stable of IP to Nintendo, like with Rare just no longer existing. Nintendo, as our caller said, already has a huge stable of IPs that I feel like, even though I think of the big three, they are the best at juggling the huge stable of IPs at their disposal, they do let IPs slip through the cracks. And there is a lot of niches their IPs fill that Nintendo properties fill, like Banjo is very much of the same breed as a 3D Mario.
Right.
And if you have the Banjo IP in your stable, but you don't have a developer it can call home, why would you make a Banjo-Kazooie when you can just fold any ideas you have into a 3D Mario?
It's the same problem that all Nintendo racers that aren't Mario Kart have run into. And I think the way Nintendo operates too is if the original development team or evolution of that team isn't around, or there isn't a specific fan advocating for that franchise at Nintendo, then it's just not going to get made. And Donkey Kong is lucky because Miyamoto has been around to advocate for Donkey Kong to get us over the dry spell, to get us over the uncertainty of, well, who's developing Donkey Kong now? Like, Donkey Kong is Miyamoto's baby, even through all the evolutions it's taken since 1981. So, like, Donkey Kong is safe and secure. Like, occasionally you'll run into things like, oh, Sakurai really wants to make Kid Icarus. So Kid Icarus gets this revival, briefly. But, yeah, I look at Banjo-Kazooie, this franchise that was developed, created by Rare, and then you remove all the original creative team. Who's going to champion Banjo-Kazooie? Like, then maybe they'll get into Smash Brothers earlier. Maybe. Like, they could be folded into Donkey Kong. But it's doubtful, you know? But again, that's just forecasting a timeline that didn't come to be. So I think I'm at the point in my life where I'm so far removed from 2004 me that I'm just like, not to use like a meaningless, worn out phrase, but I'm counting my blessings, you know, like, well, it hasn't worked out exactly like we wanted, but it could have been worse, and we can see how it could be worse. So
I want to spotlight a comment on our chat because it comes from our good friend Matt Corna. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Matt. Hey, what are you doing up? It's so early. 6 a.m. and you're tuning into this?
And Matt says, what's so wrong with coping anyway? We're all just trying to cope, aren't we?
Yeah, that really is just a great summation of modern life, isn't it? Geek Critique, Josh Wallen in the chat says, I'm 99.9% sure that Rare wouldn't exist at this point if they'd been bought by Activision. I think it would have been better in the short term since they still could have released GCN games, but not in the long term. And yeah, like, I would rather Rare still be existent today, and from Rare still existing for as long as it did, we got Playtonic directly spinning out of it. And there's still this semblance that the spirit of Rare continues. And I think ultimately that's more important to me than just the IPs. As much as I'm getting grumpy over the lack of a Banjo-Kazooie game. Yeah, you heard me, Phil Spencer. I'm getting grumpy. What are you going to do about it? Slap. Oh no, just I slapped him and then another studio was shut. So at the end of the day, I would rather Rare still be existing than Banjo-Kazooie be getting regular games. I want Banjo-Kazooie to get regular games, don't get me wrong, but gun to my head, yeah, keep Rare alive, and even if we are not getting Banjo-Kazooie games from them, Sea of Thieves is my second favorite game of all time at this point. Looking forward to Everwild, whatever it might be. And in our live stream, Freezer pointed out that Traveler forgot about Battletoads and Killer Instinct, which, say what you will about Battletoads 2020, but Killer Instinct 2013 did find an audience. And it is a game that, even though it hasn't gotten a direct sequel, it's still being updated and supported to this day. So I would say Killer Instinct was a successful revival.
And we know Battletoads literally only exists because Game Pass exists.
Yeah. And Matt just wants to point out, didn't mean to be snippy about the last caller. For balance, he sounded lovely. And Traveler is a lovely caller, and I always look forward to Traveler of the Stars calls. So thank you for the calls, Traveler. And yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. At this point in my life, I'm looking glass half full because I spent so much of my life being bitter and miserable about everything. And as you can see, it's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's just exhausting. All right, let's go ahead and take our next call. Ooh, I see the country code. I think I know who this is.
Hey, Hyle and guest. I didn't read the email. E3 2004 is an amazing one. It's one of my favorites. I'm really not surprised by that, considering you know what I like. But it felt like the 90s were kind of back in, they weren't in full force, but nostalgia was coming in for it, and it felt like the 90s were getting the second win. Obviously, this was really put into practice with the release of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, my favorite game in that series. I love it, and it really feels like you get to see so much of the 90s there. But, it's not just old relics. We have new stuff like Cooper was back with Sly Cooper 2. Great game, fan favorite. I personally lean a bit more to 3, but 2 is a great game. It has some of the highest highs of that series. Sure, no one will disagree with that. It was good. I know you're expecting me to talk about portables. That's kind of my thing. But yeah, we have Ape Escape on the go thanks to the PSP. Who can believe that? You're probably surprised why I'm not really talking about the big N. It's unfortunate. Nokia, the N-Gage, didn't come to E3 2004, even though it was still on the market. It did come to E3 2005 and 2006, which is funny to me. But yeah, for some reason it skipped 04. It's really it. I can't really think of anything else that came out that year. But it was still a strong E3. Can't wait to hear you talk about it.
Freezer said Cooper at one point, and my ears perked up. But I was like, wait, Grab by the Ghoulies was 2003. What is she talking about?
Yeah, that was a sly reference to Cooper.
I knew some of those games. I know Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It's fun. We're looking for Bigfoot.
And that you mentioned the PSP. That was another fun element of revisiting the Nintendo conference, because they are, the PSP is already out in the media sphere at this point. And there's kind of a dedicated moment in the Nintendo presentation of talking about the PSP and, for lack of better phrasing, dick swinging about the Game Boy Advance and the history of Nintendo's handhelds and their sales versus their competition. And that was like just in the like GBA versus the PSP for some reason. It was specifically framed that way. Like they weren't really quite like pushing the DS as its direct competitor yet.
Yeah. I have to be honest, just to show you how insular I am, like how dedicated to my craft I am. Like a monk studying religious text, but in this case, the Donkey Kong universe. I always forget that PSP is a thing, or was a thing. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a PlayStation Portable. It just so outside of my wheelhouse. It's just like, oh, this vague, like, oh yeah, I recall that being a thing. I think I saw that in a store once. I'm a freak, but yeah. If that was your point, Freezer, like this is what normal video game podcasts would talk about when talking about E3 2004. Your point is taken.
2004 was a packed year for just gaming in general. I think we've gone this whole podcast without talking about Twilight Princess, and that was the thing for Nintendo this year.
Was that the subtitle for Shrek 2? I've never seen it. Yeah, we've gone 4 hours now, and we've only talked about things pertaining to the Donkey Kong universe, and I think that
Twilight Princess is going to be our audience if they have to listen to this much longer.
Freezer says, "Hyle, you hurt me more than anyone else ever has." Yeah, I play it up. I'm not completely this ignorant, you know, some of it is a bit to laugh at myself. Some of it is very real. And it's up to you, the audience, to figure out where the fiction ends and the truth begins. A little game you can play. How far gone is this sad, broken man? Thank you for the call, Freezer, and the chat in the live stream. Let's go ahead and take our third call. Well, our third caller, of course, but our fourth call.
Since we're talking about 2004, Maya hey and Maya ha-ha to Hyle and Cam. This is Josh from Off the Geek Critique, and what a wild, strange time this was. The number one thing that comes to mind when I look back on this E3 is Reggie introducing himself for the first time, the freshly minted face of Nintendo of America, and he said a bad word. It came alongside the Who Are You campaign, the NES Classic GBA line, the GameCube dropping its price to $99 less than 2 years after launch, and managing to save its market share, if not its reputation, in the process. And all that while, we knew something called the Revolution was waiting in the wings. Reggie's speech that day was the clearest indication that Nintendo recognized that what they'd been doing wasn't working, and that they were willing and ready to make a change. In that way, Who Are You was really kind of an echo of Play It Loud. Nintendo had a negative reputation for being too kiddie, and they sought to change that by leaning into each respective decade's platonic ideal of cool. Or not so platonic in the case of that one Game Boy Micro ad with the rats. Don't look it up. But speaking of things I loved as a kid coming back in my teen years, I also remember being really over the neon moon to see DK Vine, or as it was known at the time, Donkey Kong Universe, making a big relaunch. I was a kid who loved the site, fell in love with the DKC games all over again thanks to it. I experienced the end, fun with past the story, in real time, and I lamented its loss. I couldn't convince any of my friends to give Green Porn City a try for some reason. So to then be a teen myself in 2004, to see these webmasters that I'd looked up to what seemed like a very long time ago, being so active and engaged and passionate about this stuff again, no matter how you might look at, I guess what I'm saying is, like, no matter how you might look back on who you were 20 years ago, just know it meant a lot to me at the time. Being a teenager sucks, but it was always a little easier knowing I had DKVine.com to look forward to again. Even if that sorry background reminded me a little too much of late-stage WCW.
Well, thank you for the very sweet, very on-brand call, Josh. No, I mean, like, I know we had a small audience and we were off-putting to many people, but I know we meant something to the people who were around and stuck around. And
Funny you mention WCW because this was Nintendo's Nitro era.
Yeah, so I to your point, you know, like, I view life as a constant. I keep saying evolution. I'm using it to refer to all manner of things, but I view life like one's lifetime, one's time in this shell on this planet as a constant evolution of bettering yourself and trying to grow beyond who you were even a year ago. So it fits Nintendo's campaign they would launch shortly after this. The Who Are You campaign. Who am I? Well, I'm not nearly as bitter as I used to be. And I have a healthier attitude towards this, which is supposed to be like a passion, an escape, a hobby. I know I've made it my career as a Donkey Kong journalist now, and so many of us at DK Vine work in the industry in some form or fashion, but, like, you're not supposed to get so angry about Donkey Kong. It's it's stupid. It's a stupid thing. So, I'm glad we weren't totally toxic to young Josh and you grew up to be the fine young man you are today. I raised you well, son. So thank you for the call. Oh, and Matt's giving suggestions in the live stream chat. Says for one of the site's captions, off-putting to many people. Hyle Russell. I'll file that away, Matt. Thank you. We got to fix the site captions. They haven't been displaying since we put up the firewall. Like, on the main page, they are not displaying in the italics. They're displaying in just this very bland font, at least on desktop, not on mobile. I don't know what the problem is. I've looked into it, and I'm befuddled. So, Matt, if you could get on that. Not today. It's 6 a.m. where you are, but eventually, you know, we'll need to look into that. Thank you for the call, Josh. All right, Cameron. Before it's 6 a.m. for us, we probably should take the final call.
Let's do it.
Hey, this is Crawlnax calling in for the show about the E3 2004 press conference. So this one was a little bit before my time. Actually, like, exactly the year I was born, so I was maybe like a month old when this was happening. So not quite old enough to go into DK Fine forums. But I think most notably for the DKU here was like the trailer for King Swing, and we talked a lot about like King Swing on the show in the past. But I want to talk a little bit about how there's a sort of like double-edged sword when it comes to Nintendo supporting Donkey Kong. So, like, number one, as has been said on the show quite a few times, there's always been some sort of plan for Donkey Kong internally at Nintendo. Of course, you know, this is straight, like, in the very beginning of the buyout era, but already they're, like, giving Donkey Kong games to pay on, you know, just to make sure that the series still remains alive in some sense. I think, like, the double-edged sword to that is that sort of, like, disruptions, like, you know, Rare Games sold to Microsoft, often leave series in sort of like weird limbos. An analogy I'd make here, and I'm not sure, like, how familiar you are with this, so if this isn't making sense, I'm sorry about that, is like top-down or like 2D Zelda games, right? So like the original Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, those sorts of like types of Zelda games have always been like consistently gotten made, but ever since, you know, ironically about like 2004, they've sort of gone into something of a weird direction. Like we have like two games on DS that were very focused on like touchscreen controls, very gimmicky. We've had games that were like either remakes, like, you know, Link's Awakening on Switch in, I believe, 2018, or 2019 rather, or ones that like hewed very closely to old games, like Link Between Worlds using the same map as Link to the Past. So like while 2D Zelda has always been supported, just because it's gone off into a weird direction is like effectively been a very long time since a certain sort of 2D Zelda game has been made, and I think there's definitely some analogies that can be drawn to Donkey Kong there. Whereas we're always going to get Donkey Kong like content, but we have like often been left in stretches where there's very little like sort of traditional stuff that like people in the DQ may be more partial to. Still hoping that's going to turn around very soon, obviously, but, I'm crossing my fingers for the June Direct. But yeah, it's just sort of like a weird part of being part of this fandom. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for the call. Let's not put any hopes and dreams into the June Direct quite yet. I'm not ready. To...
Did that feller say he was born the year after this E3?
Yeah. I was just gonna blow past that one, Cameron, because I felt my bones cracking a little bit, turning to dust before my very eyes, my very old, strained eyes. That's it's part of aging. You're gonna run into people. You're like, oh yeah, everybody remembers this experience. It's like I was a month old. It's like, what? You weren't even around for 9/11? It happens, and it's fine. It's part of the natural order. It's beautiful, in fact. See what I am about glass half full? I'm just blowing past this. I'm not using it as a indictment against my own mortality.
To actually get to their point, though, I think it just is kind of an unfortunate reality that I think a lot of active franchises have had to kind of zero in on one specific thing, and that taking precedence over everything else, because just the reality of game development is things take a lot longer, they take a lot more resources, they're a lot more expensive, and the expectations are higher.
Yeah, unless you're a beast like Mario, where you're just given everything. It is harder now than it used to be, than it was 20 years ago, even. You look at this era of Donkey Kong, and you see that Nintendo wasn't really sure what direction to take with Rare no longer at the helm. So they tried everything. They tried a little bit of everything. And, we keep talking about how it was ironic, I don't know, maybe just amusing or bemusing that the most profitable surefire direction for Donkey Kong turned up in Rare's GBA remakes. It was Donkey Kong Country all along. And they just were like, all right, well, let's just make Donkey Kong Country 4 effectively. But it took a while for us to get there. So, I would love to get back to this era 20 years ago. What we need is that stable bedrock, flagstone, if you will, of the Donkey Kong series, and that is some form of platformer that doesn't have weird off-putting peripherals to the mainstream, that will get confused for the rhythm game that came out prior to it.
You gotta set up a tent pole to have the tent.
Yes, and that's what this era of Donkey Kong didn't really have. Jungle Beat was it, but Jungle Beat was wildly different from everything else, and also was viewed as gimmicky, and people confused it for Donkey Konga. They just thought it was like another Donkey Konga. So, there are a whole lot of reasons why everything fell apart in this era, and games like King of Swing didn't have that structural support it needs. You need to get people excited about Donkey Kong to get people to buy the side games for Donkey Kong.
It's a shame. I remember that being part of the hard sell to people when I'd sing the praises of King of Swing and tell people to get excited for Jungle Climber. There was a lot of knee-jerk reaction of, well, ain't a platformer, I don't care.
Right, and once you have that bedrock, whatever you want to call it, then people will have their appetites whetted, and they'll be more willing to be adventurous and try other things in the series because they want to get that dopamine hit of playing in this world they love. I mean, that's how Pokemon got all those spin-offs in the late 90s, the demand was there, even though the main Pokemon RPGs were the main draw. People would still want to get more, and that's where Pokemon Snap comes in, so I would love to have this robust assortment of Donkey Kong games again, but we need that prime game existing at the center of everything. Thankfully, with the Donkey Kong Country Park, though, that will kind of continually draw in people to Donkey Kong in a way that just releasing a game and maybe failing to capitalize on it, like you could argue they did with Donkey Kong Country Returns. Like Donkey Kong Country Returns came out. How did they capitalize on it? Well, they made Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D. And then Tropical Freeze came out on a system that not a lot of people had. And then Retro moved on. So the park will at least give maybe more wiggle room there to have more outliers. And it won't be just this huge, like, financial sink that isn't very profitable because nobody's really caring about Donkey Kong right now. So fingers crossed, but yeah, it is just a weird 20 years it's been for the series. Yeah, and of course, happy 20th birthday. Oh my god. What a time for the DKU, though, this was. Donkey Kong did have 4 games at the show. 5, if you include Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I mean, that's unheard of. Even E3 2001, you had Donkey Kong Racing, you had Diddy Kong Pilot, you had Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers. And then but you didn't have like this many Donkey Kong games. The reveal of Jungle Beat and King of Swing, 2 very different games. Star Fox Adventures got a direct follow-up that played with the continuity that Rare laid down. And like you said, none of us realized how novel that was at the time and how much we should cherish it and savor it and hold on to it. The Nintendo DS, if you think about it, was kind of a glimpse of things to come because it took us away from the Game Boy branding and it would kind of slowly walk us to our current era where the Switch serves as both console and handheld device. I feel like the DS was an instrumental step along that path. Rare, they had a strong presence, at least at the show, with Conker and Cameo, and despite thoughts perhaps of becoming a bit more muted about Live and Reloaded after its release, the hype for it was just astronomical in what existed of Rare fandom back then. We didn't get any news on Saberman Stampede, true, but Saberman, he was getting on mobile phones, along with Banjo-Kazooie, so it was all good, and we still had the promise of the further Game Boy Advance exploits to come, thanks to our buddies at THQ. E3 2004 was every bit as powerful as our much beloved, cherished E3 2001 was. And the ways that it actually counts, the ways that it actually matters, like announcing games that actually get released, I would say it's vastly more important in the long run to both Nintendo and our fandom than even E3 2001 was. So the question is, did we not realize how good we actually had it at the time? What the hell was wrong with us? Do you have any perspective there, Cameron?
It really helps to just have the benefit of hindsight with just how radically this industry has changed over the time where, man, I don't care how good we ever have it from here on out. We're not getting 4 Donkey Kong games at the same show again.
Not with that attitude. You gotta believe in something.
We could have like 1 or 2 really great Donkey Kong games that I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
I also think it was just a lot of us were at ages that inclined us to do this, and also it was just the zeitgeist of the time to be pessimistic and be cynical, respond to everything with bile and sarcasm, and I think we let that get on our heads about this, where we started from a position of not wanting to be happy with anything we got.
I should have gone by Bile Russell instead of Slush as my online handle back then. I mentioned this before, but, apart from just the generalized angst, the buyout era rot in our souls, the desire to defend our interest from outside agitators and our own youthful pluckiness, I do think it was just the uncertainty of everything that made us feel uncomfortable at that time. Because when you look at the history at our backs, immediately in that era, 1994 to 2002, Rare was the trusted right hand of Nintendo. We could rely on them to make Donkey Kong games, as well as games of their own creations. And it felt stable. It felt secure. It felt like something we could always rely on. And nowadays, in our present time, we know the future of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Country is secure, with the massive investments both Nintendo and Universal are making in the brand. We can trust that characters like Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, Cranky Kong, Professor Chops, they're here to stay. King K. Rool was brought back into Smash due to overwhelming fan demand. And they listened. It worked. We pulled it off. Rare, meanwhile, has a massive hit now on both Xbox and PlayStation. It's doing very well on PlayStation, Cameron. And is one of Xbox Studios' oldest, most trusted partners, as far as anyone can trust Xbox Studios these days. Yes, we all desperately want more done with the classic IPs. I hear you, Traveler of the Stars. I hear you. I agree. I'm getting grumpy. I said I'm getting grumpy about Banjo-Kazooie, and I mean it. I'll do more than slap you, Phil Spencer. I'll spit on your shoes.
In Minecraft, which you also own for now.
Like, Rare does seem to be in a special category. I've had people ask me, they've come to me and they said, in private messages, are you worried about Rare? With everything that's happening with Xbox and how they're closing studios left and right, are you worried about Rare? And I said, I'm always going to worry about Rare, right? But I think Rare is in a special, no pun intended, rarefied air, given that they've been part of Xbox for 22 years now, and they are kind of in a special category. Like, I don't want to jinx anything, but
I'm never going to feel 100% confident in their safety, because how could you feel that way about anything given recent events?
Mm-hmm.
But of anything under the Microsoft Xbox umbrella, I feel like Rare is in a favorable position more than most, because they're rough. I feel like their worst days are behind them.
Yeah.
Their struggle to find their footing, to find success, and Sea of Thieves is just such a unbelievable knock out of the park from them that is continually profitable. And I mean, there's that. They just built a whole damn new barn.
Yeah.
They have the luxury of their heels being pretty firmly dug in.
Mm-hmm.
at this
Right.
point relative to some of the others under the Xbox Studios wing.
Yeah, and they're also like Xbox's go-to trusted European studio. They're kind of a go-to between a lot of other partners, and like I said, don't jinx it, but Rare is so stable right now compared to how precarious things felt 10 years ago, in like the darkest days of the studio, and 20 years ago when we were putting all of our hopes and dreams on Conker becoming the mascot of Xbox. It didn't work out.
If Sea of Thieves wasn't a wild success, this would be a very different conversation if we were having it at all.
Yes, but Sea of Thieves is... I think people sometimes have tunnel vision. If they're outside of the Sea of Thieves fandom, if they're like a Rare fan, but they never got into Sea of Thieves, or they are Nintendo players primarily, I think people forget, and it's easy to overlook just how big Sea of Thieves is. I mean, I'm big, so yeah. Anyway, I say all that because we all desperately want more done with the classic IPs. Like, I would go to embarrassing lengths if it secured a Banjo-Kazooie game. I would watch Shrek. I would sit down and I would eat food, Cameron. I hate food. My least favorite thing in this world is eating. Such a time waste. I would do it, though. It would be worth the investment if it got us Banjo-Kazooie.
Xbox might think you like Shrek. I don't know, given that presentation.
So even though we are in a historical dry spell when it comes to the DKU, really since 2019, like Sea of Thieves keeps things fresh for the Rare side of things, but it's been 5 years since Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, since we got a homegrown game from Playtonic. It's been 5 years since Banjo and Kazooie were last seen. It's been, I don't need to tell you how long it's been for Donkey Kong, but it feels like we are in just this dreary stretch of time if it wasn't for all of the hopeful signs that we have that are keeping us going. And then we compare it to E3 2004, and we're optimistic about today, but we were so pessimistic about then. I think the metaphorical safety blanket that knowing the stuff we love is sticking around in some form or fashion is draped over us in a way where it was completely off in 2004. We were naked. We were exposed. The knives were out for our fandom and the stuff we loved. Like nowadays, Donkey Kong is beloved. Donkey Kong Country is beloved. Banjo-Kazooie is revered as a 3D platformer. Like, people like Rare games that aren't just GoldenEye. It's not an uncontroversial opinion to have.
Even if these franchises we love aren't getting new games, they are firmly institutionalized now.
Yes. And that is the big difference between now and then. And you say benefit of hindsight and all that, but this is just hard-earned victory, I think, as well. And it's just also the natural passage of time. People who grew up with these games then got into more prominent positions in the industry, or they have a larger megaphone and are able to influence the people who were born right before E3 2004 and say, hey, these games are all right. And then you don't have any bitter older people, just as bitter as we were, the bitter Gen Xers railing against the stuff that displaced their childhood. It's just a cycle. Josh and I talk about it all the time when he's on. But 2004 was a cornucopia full of DKU games. It felt like the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia, intangible, and possibly a false memory. Without a clear direction for Donkey Kong, with Rare under fire from critics, Grabbed by the Ghoulies underwhelming financially months before. It was a very prickly time to be a fan of this. It's easy to look back now and say, if only I was alive then, or if only I appreciated being alive then. But at the time, it certainly didn't feel like it. But that's how nostalgia works, isn't it? E3 2004, the so-called 10th anniversary of E3. All I could think about was how I wished it was E3 1995. And now that it's almost Stinky Ape Summer 2024, our made-up event to account for the fact that E3 is dead and not coming back, I find myself nostalgic for 2004. To quote the star of the biggest game of that E3, the future mascot of the infallible Xbox brand, Conquer the Squirrel. It's true what they say. The grass is always greener, and you really don't know what it is you have until it's gone. 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 Because my girlfriend got shot up and bled out with her Metaball liquid simulator. The blood gushes. It's amazing.
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.